Hello everyone, I'm Natalia Bilbao, and here's what's happening in LA this week. It's been 38 years since a new federal holiday was established in America. In 1983, Martin Luther King Jr. Day was signed into law by President Ronald Reagan. But the holiday itself would not actually be observed until 3 years later in 1986. Well, as you may have heard, we have a newly established federal holiday, and President Biden signed this new law just in time to observe it the same year. Channel 35 was at Leimert Park to report on an annual neighborhood event and America's newest national holiday, Juneteenth.
Never in my life did I dream that Juneteenth would be a federal holiday, and the fact that it's announced on the same day Leimert Park is being reopened is God-driven. So we just want to thank God and the city leadership for making sure that we can enjoy this historic moment in history.
It took 152 years since slavery ended for this day to come, and it's just a great celebration.
The idea of Juneteenth means, number one, you celebrate a birthday. You commemorate an auspicious occasion. So we are doing it in a celebratory way.
The symbolism of Juneteenth should not be ignored. It is powerful in and of itself. The substance that it represents is even better. And that's what we lay claim to today as we attempt to move it forward to fulfill the promises of democracy.
Pues es algo bellísimo, you know? Es una cultura, si te interesas en la cultura de América, tienes que saber que la cultura americana es afroamericana.
This is an annual event. Look forward to Juneteenth 2022, when the Vision Theater will be open by that time, or when the Metro line will be running by that time.
We're very happy and ecstatic that the park is open now, that we can enjoy, bring our family, our children can play and eat in it. So we want to thank City Councilman Mark Lee Thomas for making sure the park is reopened. So we're excited.
With Independence Day right around the corner, the concern over illegal fireworks and too much partying are paramount to city agencies like Animal Services, the Fire Department, and LAPD. In a recent interview with Channel 35, LAFD Captain Eric Scott succinctly puts the reasons for fireworks safety into one phrase: pets, vets, and kids. Take a look.
Residents of Los Angeles should not set off fireworks really for three big reasons: pets, vets, and kids. We see pets that run away, they're scared, they don't know what's happening. It's the #1 day of the year that people lose those pets, and for many people it's like a family member to them.
One of the best ways to be able to keep your pets safe during the 4th of July holiday, especially when the fireworks start going off, is to make sure you keep your pets indoors, preferably in a secure room, a quiet room, or in a comfortable crate that they're familiar with.
And then the veterans, the combat veterans, they feel like they're back at a war zone. We've seen some individuals suffer from PTSD, and hearing all the fireworks go off nonstop throughout the night is very trying for them. And then the other one is the kids. You know, we see really children under the age of 5 that are injured the most, and it's tragic and it's preventable.
We want everybody to have a fun and safe 4th of July. And unfortunately, on major holidays like this, people have a tendency to consume alcohol, and they could get behind the wheel of a car. Use Uber, use Lyft, get a designated driver, do something else. We really don't need to be behind the wheel after drinking. Go to a professional show, spend time with your family, enjoy the fireworks, enjoy the time with your family and your barbecue, and just be safe.
One of the great culinary gems of the Westlake neighborhood is the kosher-style delicatessen Langer's. Opened in 1947, the restaurant was lauded for its Marilyn Monroe of pastrami sandwiches, and like many eateries, Langer's temporarily closed its doors due to the pandemic. Well, after more than 400 days, the deli is back open for business, and City Attorney Mike Fewer and LAPD Chief Michael Moore are among the first in line for a taste of comfort food. Check this out.
Langer's is open, and California is open for business.
We're here at Langer's, which is a signature institution here in the city of Los Angeles. Langer's is a place where people come from all over our region to enjoy pastrami and have great hospitality here. And to celebrate the reopening here is really symbolic of what we can do here in Los Angeles. We've been through some really tough times, but today is a moment when we celebrate reopening and the opportunity for everybody to re-engage with the economy, to get back to restaurants, back to businesses, and back to life.
Tengo dos trabajos y de los dos trabajos no pude trabajar por muchos meses. Fue muy difícil.
We had to let all of our servers go, and incidentally, they all came back, every one of them.
Day after tomorrow, on Thursday the 17th, will be 74 years that my father opened this up. And it's important to me. All of these employees have been with me for many, many years. My manager's been here 35, my chef has been here 51. This is family. And we were closed for 469 days, and today is Smile Day. Today's the day to reopen, rekindle relationships with our regular customers, and welcome new ones.
Well, it's a great day for California by opening today, allowing the men and women who have Langer's to serve in-service dining. I want to welcome Los Angeles back. We're back in business.
More and more, Los Angeles is seeing underutilized or failed properties transformed and repurposed to meet the needs of LA residents. Since it was originally built in 1942, the Rose Hill Courts public housing complex has seen better days. Now, Council Member Kevin DeLeon and the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles are breaking ground on a reimagined purpose for the property. Take a look.
We're going to knock down the old 1942 constructed Rose Hill Courts apartments, and with that we're going to build a beautiful one-bedroom, two-bedroom, three-bedroom apartments, for the community. It's well deserving here in Rose Hills, 90032. It's a day of celebration. It's a day that we say, hey, we need more affordable housing in Los Angeles, not less. And we can't replace affordable housing with exclusive market. It just doesn't make sense with a working class city like LA. So that's why we're going to actually almost double the number of affordable housing. So we're not doing less, we're doing almost double, which is a really good thing for all the community members here. So it's a day of celebration.
Apartamentos muy antiguos que no tenemos ya cosas como aire acondicionado y las ventanas no servían. O sea, están haciendo muy bien en hacerlos nuevos otra vez.
Besides the new housing, there's going to be new infrastructure, new streets, new sidewalks, new bikeways. There are going to be community gardens. There'll be a community space and community center here as well. There'll be new bus stops, so it's tying into the larger community here in terms of infrastructure improvements. This will be like a whole brand new community right next to this beautiful recreational space that we're on right now.
Porque estamos bregando con una crisis humanitaria, donde nuestras gente trabajadora están perdiendo sus viviendas, víctimas del desalojo, un índice alarmante de indigentes viviendo en las calles, en las banquetas, en los parques. Por eso necesitamos muchas más viviendas económicas para las familias trabajadoras aquí en la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
Councilmember Gil Cedillo helped cut the ribbon on the newly named Dolores Wong Plaza. This green space is dedicated to the psychiatric social worker for her many contributions to the Asian American community through advocacy, volunteerism, and philanthropic endeavors.
We are so honored that my good friend, Councilmember Gil Cedillo, took the leadership to name this beautiful plaza in honor of Dolores Wong. And we think that this is a way of establishing a living testimony to the power of community spirit, the power of community organizing, and the importance of honoring those who have gone before us to make this community a better place to live.
With the rise in anti-Chinese American hate, it seems appropriate that at this moment we would acknowledge such a pioneer and trailblazer like Dolores Wong, like the Wong family. As we come out of COVID, an opportunity for us to create public space that's safe, well lit, and right here at this incredible intersection where all these communities come together, Chinatown, Pueblo, a few blocks away from Little Tokyo, this seems to be a great place for people to come together and build community.
The Chinese American community, Asian American communities, and all communities of color not only are tolerated in LA, but they're welcome and celebrated in Los Angeles. And so projects like this is an affirmation that they're welcome here, this is their city, and that this is one that we want them to enjoy and to know that these spaces are dedicated to them and sometimes they're untold stories, like Dolores Wong.
One of Dolores Wong's most notable contributions to her community was providing the endowment that paved the way for establishing the first public library in the heart of Chinatown. LAPD hosts an LGBTQ community forum. Kevin DeLeon attends Justice for Janitors Day, and city leaders show support of a racial equity motion on Juneteenth. These stories up next on City Beat.
Los Angeles Police Chief Michael Moore and Assistant Chief B. Gurmala recently held their annual LGBTQ Community Forum in downtown Los Angeles. The 2021 LGBTQ Forum was held on the LAPD Chief's Terrace, continuing Pride Month and recognition of LGBTQ rights in Los Angeles. City officials actively reiterated the hope of community contact and cooperation in making Los Angeles a more safe and socially equitable city.
Because all of us are diminished in our city whenever there is any act of hate perpetrated against any of us based on who they are.
These are the jobs you can't remote out. We had to be there.
Members of the Service Employees International Union rallied to recognize and celebrate Justice for Janitors Day.
They're on the front lines, they're the essential workers, but oftentimes for the rest of LA, they're the essential yet invisible workers.
The rally was an effort to raise visibility for janitors on the eve of new contract negotiations. On the day that Juneteenth becomes a national holiday, members of the City Council introduced an equity motion and justice budget for consideration by the entire council.
It is aspirational in its content, but it is essentially a blueprint for establishing an anti-racist Los Angeles.
The motion aims to address long-standing disparities in pay and wealth-building opportunities for Black Angelenos. Additionally, Mayor Eric Garcetti announced the formation of the Mayors Organized for Reparations and Equity, a national commission focused on launching reparations pilot programs targeted to Black Americans.
Many COVID-19 restrictions were lifted in time for Father's Day, and the LAPD baseball team came up with the perfect way to celebrate dads and to reconnect with their community. They issued a challenge to the Pacoima Pirates, threw in free barbecue lunches, dad contests, music, and carnival games, and voila! You've got yourself the local baseball event of the season. Check this out.
Well, today we're here with the community. We're putting on a clinic representing LAPD, and we just want to give back to the community and get people out here, especially with the pandemic going. We just want to bring the community together.
We know the local team here, Pacoima Pirates. We see them all day. This is where we work, and we decided to play a competitive game against these guys. We set it up together so the fathers and the families can witness, not only enjoy a barbecue and free food and free giveaways and contests, but a game, a real competitive game. To me, this is all about fathers, community, and bringing the police together with the community. And it's going to be a wonderful day for not only the fathers, but the whole entire family.
I think it's great. I feel like it's something good for the kids to look up to as well. My son looks up to the LAPD. He feels safe with them, and he enjoys seeing that they're here at the park participating too as well.
que escogieron un día muy bueno. Es el fin de semana de Día de Padres y están trayendo soporte y mucha ayuda a los niños que en veces no tienen alguien que esté por ahí por ellos. Y les deseo un buen juego, les deseo un feliz Día de Padres a ellos también, porque ellos, la mayoría también son padres.
I believe it's super important for us to have these connections with the community, especially on Father's Day weekend, to be able to bring the community together with their parents, have everybody involved, and especially representing LAPD, the community, just coming together as one is what's really important, and especially to be able to share it with my son.
Happy Father's Day, Daddy.
Thanks, bud.
With the pandemic gradually shrinking in the rearview mirror, LA's sights are set on spending a long, hot summer outdoors and having fun. And just in time, the Los Angeles city pools are reopening for the season. Maria Hallbrown sits down with Monique Schwaneman from the LA City Aquatics facility to get the deets on safety at city pools.
Well, whether you like to dip or dive or splash or swim, the City of Los Angeles has lots of wonderful pools for you to enjoy this summer. And to tell us all about it, Monique Schwaneman. She is the Aquatic Facilities Manager.
We have a multitude of pools in the Pacific region, in the Metro, in the Valley, and in the South region, like here. Come on in, make sure that you have a swimsuit. So it has to be the swimsuit material. And of course, if you need to have a full cover-up for religious reasons or personal reasons, that is totally fine, as long as that swimsuit material. So make sure you bring that. We don't allow flotation devices of your own. And a lifeguard's favorite rule, always walk. So please don't come running in here. We will tell you otherwise. And yeah, we have recreational swim, lap swimming for adults, lessons for kids and adults. It's a lot of fun.
What are some of the first things as a lifeguard you want people to realize when it comes to being safe in the water?
The first thing is communication with your party. Whoever you're swimming with, you never want to swim alone. You always want to swim with a buddy or a group, and then talk to each other, and don't be afraid about telling them what your limitations are. If you can only swim in the shallow end, that is totally fine. Just be open about that with the person that you're swimming with. There is no food or drink allowed on our decks.
There you go.
So it's not really a problem. Go ahead and eat outside, let your stomach settle, and then you're free to come in.
Spending time in the public pools is not the only way the city of LA is helping the residents beat the heat. Later in the program, we'll take you to another super cool spot in the Valley. In 2004, residents at the city of Los Angeles passed Proposition O, a clean water bond. Prop O authorized $500 million of bonds for projects that protect public health by cleaning pollution in the city's watercourses, rivers, lakes, and ocean. Well, it's taken a while, but the new Argo drain filtration plant in Council District 11 is part of realizing that measure. Council member Mike Bonin and city engineer Gary Lee Moore were on hand to celebrate the opening.
Thank you everybody for being here today for the opening ceremonies for the Argo Drain Prop O facility. Where we are right now is the culmination of a dual promise. This is a fulfillment of a dual promise to the environment, to our planet, and a promise long delayed to the communities that live within the shadows of this airport.
We're out here today to celebrate the capture of stormwater. And what's so great about that is instead of this dirty first flush stormwater that will go out to the ocean, we're actually going to capture it and infiltrate it into the ground. How do we do that? Well, there's 3 big storm drains that we're gathering together, the flow from those, and then we connect that through a pipe, goes over to a pump station, make sure all the trash is removed, sediment. Then we send the water over to a basin where the water will settle more, take out more contaminants, and finally it flows into 2 different systems. One is a 250-foot diameter by 27 feet deep tank where the water will just naturally flow into ground at 3 inches per hour. All of this is to capture that dirty stormwater, treat it, and then percolate it back into the ground.
As a result of this project, about 100 million gallons a day of water is returned to the ground, and that provides drinking water for our use here. And of course, we'll have a new park for enjoyment of the public.
This project wouldn't happen without Prop O, which is the $500 million clean water bond that voters approved in 2004. This is the voters that did that.
Cooling centers are free indoor air-conditioned locations where Angelinos can keep cool when there are extreme heat weather conditions. The city of Los Angeles has long since designated our public libraries as cooling centers, and the Department of Rec and Parks has joined the Legion of Locations to help as well. We visited the Canoga Park Senior Center to see how the city is preparing to invite residents out of the heat.
At Canoga Park, in the area we're at, there's a lot of apartments. There's people struggling, especially seniors, with finances to put air conditioning on all day. Very expensive. Here we have air conditioning, so the seniors can come, they can get the air conditioning, and they're not running the machine at their apartment or their house all day long.
It's just great. It's a wonderful temperature, and they have snacks and drinks, great movies, so it's nice and relaxing if you're hot at home.
And we really try to make it pleasant, and it's a sense of community. And here, it's really important to the community that we have a place to meet and get together.
Within many socioeconomic circles, there is a stereotype that says these people or this group don't go to therapy. Part of it is a trust issue, like we saw during the vaccine push for COVID-19. And sometimes it's about embarrassment. In our featured story this week, Maria Hallbrown talks with Dr. Laura Kokinda about mental health and focusing on taking away the stigma of reaching out for help.
Over 450 million people worldwide suffer from some sort of mental health issue. But there's still some sort of stigma attached to admitting that. Why? Well, we need to figure that out, and we need to change it. And I'm delighted to be joined today by Dr. Laura Kokinda from LA's Medical Services to talk about this very real problem. Why is there such a stigma about admitting that you have some sort of mental health issue that could easily or maybe difficultly addressed, but you have to face up to it first?
Well, you know, as I like to say, we all have our issues, so it's incredibly common. Everybody needs some help at times, but we don't like to ask for help. You know, people want to do things on their own and appear strong, which is understandable. However, like you said, help can really improve someone's life when we're struggling.
What is it about sharing? What is it about actually, getting it out and exposing whatever it is that you're harboring inside that helps the psyche?
Well, one analogy that I like to use to explain to people is we all go through life, we're born with an empty backpack. So we have this backpack behind us, and as we go through our lives, things happen. And it's like, okay, we're gonna stuff that back there and stuff this back there. So this stuff kind of accumulates in our imaginary backpack. So when you share, it's like cleaning it out. It's like spring cleaning for this stuff that we've picked up over our time, because otherwise it weighs us down. So it's therapeutic for the individual to share and clean that out, but it's also therapeutic for others to hear something that they can relate to, and it makes it feel safer to speak up and say, hey, I had something really similar, you want to talk about it?
There are definitely issues that are something that you can sort of manage at home, and then there are the ones that you really need to go seek professional help. So it's been a week. Mm-hmm. Is that when you really need to reach out to someone else, or is that when you can still work perhaps towards helping yourself?
Well, in these times, there's a lot of really great resources available online. So
depending on the severity of how you're feeling, if things are feeling very, kind of hopeless, if you're feeling really helpless, then definitely reach out. You can get professional help now from your home. There's a lot of treatment that's done just via telehealth, which is awesome because it makes it easier instead of having to get in your car, maybe sit in traffic, go somewhere. Especially if you have some anxiety about starting treatment, all that stuff's removed. You can meet with a practitioner via computer, which is really helpful, I think, for some people to get the ball rolling. But if you're not feeling quite as helpless and hopeless and you want to start to work on some things at home, go online, Google coping skills, put in some searches that would give you tools that you can start to practice, and they can really be helpful.
Sign your kids up for NASA's Astro Camp. Visit the Portraits of Freedom Building a Life in LA exhibit or take a free California native garden tour. All this up next on Things to Do.
Just in time for summer, the Watts branch of the LA Public Library invites kids to NASA's Astro Camp. Astro Camp will give students the chance to explore and experience topics like astrophysics, earth science, planetary science, and more. The event will be led by real live NASA specialists. Astro Camp is for all the future astronauts and engineers to learn about space with NASA unique activities. NASA's Astro Camp will blast off Thursday, July 1st, starting at 12 noon. For the Zoom information, please email cnichols@lapl.org. Grand Park and the Music Center will be celebrating the July 4th holiday with a month-long public art installation entitled Portraits of Freedom, Building a Life in LA. Drop by and see feature photography and video exhibitions, as well as a nighttime projection installation, all exploring the Independence Day themes of freedom and home. Get inspired by art that honors our collective longing for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Portraits of Freedom, Building a Life in LA will be on public display throughout the month of July. Head on down to Grand Park at 200 North Grand Avenue in downtown Los Angeles. For more information, visit grandparkla.org. Have you ever wondered what a drought-tolerant garden looks like? Well, look no further. The LA Made video series from the Los Angeles Public Library has got you covered. Join landscape designer Flor Mota and librarian Patty Alvarado as they take you on a garden tour in the Boyle Heights neighborhood. Discover new, beautiful plants that are largely native to California. Cultivating your green thumb is easy when you check out the California Native Garden Tour. This LA Made presentation happens Thursday, July 1st, beginning at 4 p.m. This event will be streaming live on the LA Public Library's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And that's a look at some virtual things to do.
And that's it for this edition. I'm Natalia Bilbao, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org, and we're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
I am so excited that the Los Angeles Public Library is now open and providing limited in-person services at our beautiful Central Library in downtown Los Angeles and at 37 branch libraries across the city. We'll be offering select services at these locations, including browsing books, computer access, picking up holds, and also our Library to Go contactless service. And we're committed to providing a safe and welcoming experience for everyone. This will include social distancing protocols, a mask requirement, and other safety measures.
Okay, good morning and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council. Today is Tuesday, June 29th. I'm Nuria Martinez, the President of the City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield. Bonin.
Aye, or present.
Buscaino.
Good morning here.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Here.
Harris Dawson.
Present.
Koretz.
Here.
Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Present.
Martinez.
Present.
O'Farrell.
Present.
Price.
Present.
Rahman.
Here.
Ridley Thomas.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
15 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
First order of business.
Approval the minutes of June 25th, 2021.
Ms. Robin moves and Mr. Price seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Krikorian moves and Mr. Ridley Thomas seconds. Next.
Madam President, today is Tuesday and time for the flag salute.
Mr. Koretz, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir?
Thank you, Madam President. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and run through the agenda.
Yes. Madam President, would council like all items to go forthwith today?
Without objection, that will be the order.
Madam President, there are requests to continue item 1 to August 3rd, 2021, and continue item 2 to August 25th, 2021, and finally, to hold item 9 on the desk.
Okay, without objection, that will be the order.
Items 1 and 2 are items noticed for public hearing. Items 3 through 34 are items for which public hearings have been held. For item 8, a community impact statement was received from the West Los Angeles Neighborhood Council, which is against this matter. Budget and Finance Committee reports for item 33 and 34 have been submitted for council consideration and are online under those council files. Items 35 through 58 are items for which public hearings have not been held. Item 59 is a closed session item considered by the Budget and Finance Committee. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, without objection, those items are now before us. Members, do you wish to call any of these items special? Ms. Rodriguez?
Item 33, please.
For comments? Mr. Ridley Thomas?
Item 19, Madam President, for amending language.
Go ahead and read that into the record, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, at the request of the CAO, I would like to amend item 19, the HEAP report, in order to ensure that the funds are spent by June 30th, 2021 deadline. That's the deadline that we're facing. The city attorney will read the amendment with your consent, Madam President, and Mr. De Leon has agreed to second the motion.
Mr. De Leon? Thank you. That's been introduced, amended by Mr. Ridley Thomas and seconded by Mr. De Leon.
Madam President, may I read the amendment, the exact language into the record, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Sure. So the amendment is on item 19 is to add the following recommendations. 5, reprogram $11,576.48 capital savings in HEAP activity category 2 from a bridge home site located at 544 Town Avenue in Council District 14 to bridge home sites in HEAP activity category 1 as follows. A, $8,773.50 $2,000.09 to a Bridge Home House at 5965 St. Andrews Place in Council District 8, and B, $2,803.39 to a Bridge Housing Facility at the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs West Los Angeles campus in Council District 11. And recommendation 6, instruct the city clerk to place on the agenda of the first regular council meeting on July 1, 2021, or shortly thereafter, the following instructions. A, approve up to $110,885.93 from the HEAP activity Category 3 Capital Operating Services citywide for the Board of Public Works to continue citywide hygiene services through the Pit Stop program from July 1, 2021 to September 30, 2021, which will reduce the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, HHAP, allocation for this program, presented by Mr. Ridley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Mr. De Leon was a second on that amending motion. Thank you. Mr. Ridley Thomas, did you have any other special, sir?
No, Madam President.
Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to call 12 special for remarks and 56 for remarks and amendments.
Go ahead and read your amendment on item 56.
Okay, the amendments are under section 22.1500, Climate Emergency Mobilization Commission, letter C, appointments and qualifications number 2, related to the 7 members representing geographically distinct districts. Instead of the top 25% of Cal Enviro screened communities, we want to change it to the top 10% of Cal Enviro screened communities, so that we can make sure we're focused on the very hardest hit, most polluted areas of the city.
I will second that. Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Any others, Mr. Koretz? All right, thank you, Ms. Rahman.
I'd like to call item 28 for an amendment, and the city attorney, I believe, has the text of it.
Yes.
Item 28? Okay. Mr. City Attorney?
Sure. So on item 28, the instruction 1 is going to be amended in the following way. So the first, well, I'll just read it. Instruct the Bureau of Street Services with the assistance of the Chief Legislative Analyst, Department of Transportation, Bureau of Engineering, Department of Building and Safety, City Attorney, and any other necessary departments to report within 60 days on developing an outdoor performance program that allows for a streamlined outdoor event permit process, including but not limited to a potential program structure, eligibility criteria, safety and infrastructure requirements, and a plan that would enable interested businesses to opt into the permit program. The program should outline protocols to enable venues to hold outdoor concerts, theatrical productions, and other live performances. The plan should significantly consider the following components, and then there's components A through D, which are not changed, and then E is added, guidance on noise and sound levels for events in residential and business areas, including regulations for amplified sound, and F, review any state or county laws that would need to be revised in order to effectuate this program.
Mr. Lee, are you a second on this amending motion, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's Mr. Lee just confirmed. Ms. Rahman, do you have any other
No, thank you.
specials? Thank you. Mr. Price?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to hold item 30 on the desk. I've got some language for an amendment. The language is not here yet.
Did you say item 30?
Item 30, yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and read that into the record.
We don't have it yet. Can you hold it on the desk? We do not have the language yet.
I understand. Thank you.
But I would like to hold that for an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Yes, thank you. Item 12 I know has already been called special, but I wanted to move a technical amendment, which is to move the Public Works report versus the Transportation Committee report, and Mr. Bonin.
I will second that. Thank you. It's been seconded by Mr. Bonin. Any others, Mr. Blumenfield?
Yes, and then items 21 and 31, just for quick comment.
21 and 31?
Yes, for comment.
Thank you. Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for holding item 9 on the desk. I do believe I have a second for this technical amendment from Mr. Krikorian. I need to amend the item to make the following changes to recommendation number 2 of item 9 as follows. declare that the disposition of the project site by ground lease to Thomas Saffron and Associates for their to-be-formed joint venture constitutes exempt surplus property under Government Code Section 54221 F1A, based on the facts set forth herein, and that HCID-LA is directed to take any other necessary actions for compliance with the requirements of the SLA.
And seconded by Mr. Krikorian. Thank you. Any others, Mr. O'Farrell?
Do it. Thank you.
Mr. Buscaino?
President, good morning. Item 55, please, if you could hold that on the desk.
Item 55. Thank you for Mr. Buscaino. Mr. Cedillo?
Item 22, Madam Chair.
Item 22 for comments?
Yes, item 22 has yet to win the support of the interested parties of the community, and now as it moves forward, it seems that it would be more appropriately scheduled for housing, has yet to be scheduled for housing, and it seems like that would be an appropriate venue to help bring the development team and the community together.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and hold it on the desk for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any other specials? Mr. De Leon?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
First and foremost, file item number 11, just for comments.
I'm sorry, can you turn on your mic?
IT, ready? Okay. Good morning. First and foremost, file item number 11 for comments.
11 for comments from Mr. De Leon. Any other specials, members? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, which items are available for us to vote on?
Madam President, those would be items 3 through 8, item 10, 13 through 18, 20, 23 through 27, 29, 32, and finally 34.
Okay, members, let's go ahead and prepare to vote on these items. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
15 ayes.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to public comment.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 5803, please press star 6 to unmute.
We have to read the rules on public comment before we take the first caller, but we're not there yet. Can we go ahead and vote on the closed session item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President.
Let's go ahead and open the roll.
Madam President,
Sure.
if it's okay, may I read the settlement terms?
Go ahead.
Item 59, in the case entitled Josh Rodner versus City of Los Angeles, the recommendation is to expend up to $985,000 in settlement of the matter to be paid in 2 phases and authorize the city attorney to negotiate a settlement agreement and all other documents necessary to implement the settlement. Right?
Okay, are we prepared to vote on this item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam
Let's
President.
open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, let's go ahead and read the instructions for public comment, Madam Clerk.
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press the pound key. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. Finally, when you hear the last 4 digits of your phone number being called out, press star 6. Let me repeat, call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466, then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once submitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. Finally, when you hear the last 4 digits of your phone number being called out, press star 6.
So, to members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak on. You have 1 minute per item to speak, up to 3 minutes total, and 1 minute for general public comment if you wish. Please speak to the items before general public comment. We'll tell you when your time's up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not on topic, or if we can't tell whether you're on topic, you'll get one brief warning from me or the president. If you don't immediately get clearly on topic or again stray off topic, you'll be cut off and forfeit the rest of your time, and we'll move on to the next speaker. We'll take 30 minutes total of public comment. The items that are open for public comment are items 9, 19, 28, 30, and 35 to 58. So again, that's 9, 19, 28, 30, and 35 to 58. Finally, for members of the public who are calling in to speak, as soon as you hear someone address you, you're live in the council meeting. Please press star 6 right away to unmute yourselves. We understand you may be listening on a computer, channel 35, or other device, but please keep one ear to the phone. There's a brief time delay between the live meeting and the broadcast, and if you're only listening to the broadcast, when we call on you by reading off the last 4 digits of your phone number or other identifying information, if you're calling in with a block number, you may not hear it right away and press star 6 quickly enough, and we may think you're no longer on the line and move on to the next caller. Finally, if you are also listening on another device, please turn down the volume on those other devices as soon as it's your turn to speak. Between the time delay and feedback, it causes a great deal of confusion if you're listening on the other devices. And with that, Madam President, we are ready to take public comment.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the first speaker.
Okay. Caller with the last 4 digits, 5803. Please press star 6 to unmute. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Jacob Van Horn, and I'd like to speak on item number 55, please.
Please go ahead. You have a minute.
So I just want to weigh in on this. This is a measure which the advocates are going to say goes way too far, and others on the other side are going to say it doesn't go far enough. This measure before us is a vital piece of legislation that we need to implement. This is going to enable us to reduce crime. It's going to enable us to get our unhoused individuals off the street out of this life and death situation. This is going to be another tool in our belt. This is going to make every one of your districts safer. It's going to reclaim public space. Regardless of whose agenda this doesn't help, each one of you need to take a look at this and say, will this help my district? We don't need further meetings. I can't count the number of meetings I or any one of, I'm sure of you have been to. If this helps your district, vote yes. If not, why are you in that chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 6049. Please press star 6 to unmute. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
John Baginski, Venice resident for 30 years, agenda item 35. Fully support the motion. We ask the City Council to support 4118 and 5611. This is a great anti-camping ordinance that replaces and repeals an outdated municipal code 4118D with a more balanced and humane code that allows camping on sidewalks unless that person has a reasonable alternative, and as long as there's a 3-foot pathway for pedestrians. Fully support this. Secondly, we also want to say tents down is an extremely important issue to the communities such as Venice. As you're aware, Venice has been experiencing extremely high increase in violent crime, as well as drugs, and just a smorgasbord of other horrific issues. Fully support this And lastly, I'd like to see a full restoration of LAMC 5611. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the last four digits 2172, please press *6 to unmute. Please state your name and the
Hi,
items you
Robin.
wish to speak on.
Robin Petering, I'd like to talk on item 55 and general public comment.
You have a minute for each. Please begin.
Yeah, I just wanted to, call in strong opposition of item 55. Using this route to ram criminalization policy through is so irresponsible. Skipping committee with like little public notice, no community input, like that is not how things should be done. Beyond the fact that this motion criminalizes homelessness, and we've been doing that for so long, and clearly it hasn't worked. We really need to come to the table. You all need to come to the table and think about real solutions that don't involve police, that don't push people around, that actually house folks and meet their basic needs. I think about like the callers and previous callers, they don't care about the long-term solutions, right? They care about not seeing homelessness in their neighborhoods. They care about being able to drive around and not see homelessness. So that's not solving the issue, and those are not the needs that we should be meeting. Thinking more on like holistic solutions. This 4118 is always bad policy. It will forever be bad policy. So vote no, do not pass this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the last four digits 8323, please press *6 to unmute. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm out here at an encampment in CD15, and I'm going to pass the phone to my unhoused neighbor who's going to speak on 55 and general comment.
You have a minute for each. Please begin.
Well, this new law kind of brought up some old memory for me. You know, when I was about 18, me and my cousin, we were homeless for a little while, not for long. It's in a small town. What I remember mostly about it was the cops, the police at night. Night times were the worst. You know, because this guy would come along on his little wheelie scooter. We were downtown, of course, sleeping on bus benches. And he would move us along. Say, hey, buddy, tap us on the foot or whatever. Say, buddy, move along, move along. All night, just moving us along. Yeah, so we got no sleep, basically, and had to go to, the labor spot to work the next day, tired, but, we were young. But, it just flashes me back to that because that's what this, in a way, that's what the law kind of sounds like it's doing. Not really giving me a choice, but telling me to move along. So anyways, Joe, what's it gonna be? Jails or shelters? Doesn't sound like much of an option. My anxiety level has gone up since all this news about this new legislation that Joe is trying to get passed. Anyways, I don't know much, but I'm scared. God bless.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the last four digits 4208, please press *6 to unmute. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hi, Rob Kwan. I'd like to speak on items 55 and general public comment.
You have a minute for each. Please begin, Mr. Kwan.
Thank you, Fabo. I just want to ask all of you, where are your masks? I don't know if you saw what Barb put out yesterday, but it just leaves everybody wondering if LA County's public health rules are only for the peasants or if they apply to you as well. For item 55, this ghoulish move by Joe Buscaino is pretty transparent. He wants to head off into recess and fundraise off of a political stunt. Looking at Rule 54, that's something that hasn't been done in a long time. Bernard Parks and Jan Perry tried that on redistricting back in 2012, and they got all their committee stripped, basically. So I hope Nury Martinez does her proud and strips Joe Buscaino of all of his prize committee assignments. This is just a huge disrespect for the process. The other week, Councilmember Krikorian was talking about respecting the committee process when it came to hookah regulation and menthol regulation in tobacco. So I just put that all in context as far as your priorities. For general public comment, I also want to note Joe Buscaino is currently misusing city resources by using a Twitter account that he used for about 10 years with city money, staff, and resources to manage. He's using that now for campaign purposes. And I also want to note on redistricting, as I've said before, Nury Martinez has really failed here across the board. There are 0 outreach materials ready for the kickoff of community hearings that begins in 2 days. That hearing that begins in 2 days, the agenda still hasn't posted. That's a Brown Act violation. That's a clear violation of AB 849, Rob Bonta's law. So I just wonder, what is it going to take to get the city to follow the law? Do we just have to sue you? If that's the way it is, that's the way it is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 3318, please press *6 to unmute. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hi, yes, this is Richie Serdenko from the People's City Council. I'd like to speak on 55 in general public comment, please.
You have a minute for each. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say it's an honor to go after Mr. Rob Kwan, and he brings up a great point about, having to potentially sue the city. I want to let you all know that I'm currently in the process of getting my provisional license to be barred as an attorney in the state of California. I'm really looking forward to suing all of you, especially Nury Martinez and Joe Buscaino. On 55, this motion failed last time because it was bad policy then and it's bad policy now. Buscaino is wasting the council and public's time on a political stunt by attempting to revive a motion that should be dead and buried. All of you here, should be very concerned that Buscaino used Rule 54 to go over all of your heads, skip over the committees, and go straight on to council. And this is just another stunt by Joe. He's missed the last 2 homelessness and poverty committees meetings that he sits on that committee, and he's missed both of those meetings so he could go fundraise or do an event for his campaign. And this is what the next year is going to look like for you being colleagues to Mr. Joe Buscaino. It's all a stunt. It's all to feed into this right-wing conservative frenzy about regulating public space and cleaning up our streets. It's a joke. It's honestly a joke. And for general public comment, I want to bring up the same point that Mr. Rob Kwan brought up, is that Joe Buscaino is currently using a Twitter account which he spent years and years of city resources in building, and now he's using it for his mayoral account. And it honestly has to be offensive to every single one of you that's sitting on the council that this dude just doesn't care. He blatantly doesn't care. Mr. Ridley Thomas, I think you should remove Buscaino from the committee. He doesn't even show up to the meetings, and he's skipping out on them to campaign.
Thank you, Speaker.
I mean, that's...
Caller with the phone number ending in 1660, please press *6 to unmute. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hi, this is Craig Brewer. I'd like to speak on item 55 and general public comment.
You have a minute for each. Please begin.
Yes, I would urge you to support Lee and Buscaino's motion to re-regulate our open space, and we need this tool to help get our unhoused population into housing, especially for the service resistant. They need carrots and sticks. And I'd like to move on to public comment. We don't need more meetings on these issues. We need action from this council. Whether we need to take over the convention center and turn it into a shelter operation to get people off the streets into shelters where they can be assessed and treated and put into proper programs or housing. The city council needs to act, and you guys need to act now. I urge you to support Buscaino and Lee's motion to re-regulate our public spaces. Thank you.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 1148. Please press *6 to unmute. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
I'd like to speak on all available items and general public comment, please.
Sure, and actually, Speaker, before you do that, I have the amendment for item 30, so if it's all right with Mr. Price, I'll just read it into the record right now, and then we'll take your public comment. Sure. So this is item 30. I move that the matter of the Economic Development and Jobs Committee report relative to reestablishing the moratorium on enforcing and issuing citations for vending without a valid license or permit for the duration of the COVID-19 state of emergency and for 6 months thereafter, item number 30 on today's council agenda, be amended to adopt the following in lieu of recommendation number 1 of the committee report. 1. Rescind the council action of March 17, 2020, which urged the Bureau of Street Services to immediately start enforcing its rules and regulations that prohibit street vending for food vendors who do not possess a valid health permit for the length of the current local emergency, and instruct Bureau of Street Services to continue to only issue penalty-free notices of violations for sidewalk vending without a license or permit until January 1st, 2022, presented by Councilmember Price and seconded by, I believe, Ms. Rahman. Is that correct? Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Speaker. Would you please begin? You have 3 minutes for the items and followed by 1 minute for general public comment.
Thank you, sir. 30 minutes of public comment again for a population of over 4 million people. Shining example of democracy. No wonder people went to Trump. How are you going to get, you don't want public participation. That's not what you want.
Speaker, could we go on to the items? You're free to talk about them in general, but for the moment,
I am on item number 50, stakeholder participation, street banner campaign to encourage stakeholder participation. You don't want stakeholder participation. Pay attention. I'm on item number 50. 30 minutes of public comment for 4 million people. That's not stakeholder participation, and these banners aren't going to help it. Give the public what they're supposed to get. I'm doing my job. You people aren't. There's 60,000 homeless people on the street. Number 55, Buscaino, and of course, pufferfish face Lee, who hasn't had one project in his district and won't have one. How dare you criminalize the homeless? Buscaino, I said before, if he weren't here on the sleazy council abusing the public, he'd be in the back of a Chevy truck with no shirt, a shotgun and a 12-pack of bud under one arm, a Confederate flag and a rope under the other, abusing the homeless via his God, the LAPD. This is Richie and Rob Kwan said it perfectly. We don't need this. We don't need to abuse the homeless. Buscaino has no ideas. He has no ideas. He's just a caveman that wants to club people and give them consequences. He has no ideas. Okay, you don't want him on the street? No, nobody does. But he has no ideas. None. Currently, over 50% of working age Black adults in LA County are unemployed and underemployed. And we have Buscaino wants to put people in jail. Why? Because the criminal injustice system. We have Dawson trying to close down the unemployment office when over 50% of working age Black, not close it down, but get it for himself. This is the Los Angeles Sleazy Council of Corruption.
And you can go into general if you wish, Speaker.
Number 30, Ms. Rodman, excellent. You bring some humanity to this corrupt, sleazy council. Moratorium on citations for vending license. People are trying to work and eat. What's wrong with that? Ridley, Uncle Tom us is harassing, on the other hand, harassing the Black food vendors with the police and threats in Leimert Park. Number 31, yes, I said this a year ago, a motion to finance construction of ADUs, but you waited a year, 3 years, actually almost 4 years, so you can start sucking out the money of HHH and ripping off the public at $700,000 a piece for a 400 square foot unit.
Thank you,
The
Speaker.
Los Angeles
Caller with the phone number ending in 0134, please press star 6 to unmute.
Hello.
Please state your name and
I'd
the
like
items
to
you wish
give,
to speak on.
Sure. My name is Nicholas Emmons. I'd like to give a comment on general and 55.
You have a minute for each. Please begin.
Okay. Hi, good morning. I'm Nicholas Emmons. I'm a resident of CD10. I'm calling in regards to 4118. 4118 is bad policy and it's always been bad policy. 4118 is cruel. Unhoused people often set up in locations banned by 4118 because they're the only areas that provide shelter from the harsh elements. Last summer, I witnessed firsthand multiple unhoused people experiencing life-threatening heat-related medical emergencies, not to mention the overall general suffering I saw in those hot days. We're in for another hot summer, and 4118 will only make that suffering worse. Criminalization has never been the answer. I know several council districts have been working hard to provide real solutions for unhoused constituents. Do you really want to let Joe Buscaino start to undo this work with a sad campaign stunt, especially when he's using Rule 54 to bypass standard procedure? Joe Buscaino, like LA City Council's own version of Donald Trump, is making a pathetic attempt to pander to the hateful few in this city. He doesn't deserve the time of day on this. Joe, if you're listening, I want you to know that you're a bad person and you're never going to be mayor. To the rest of you, have a nice day and vote no. Bye.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 3328, please press star 6 to unmute. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hi, my name is Ashley Shoulder, and I would like to speak on agenda item 55 and general public comment.
You have a minute for each. Please begin.
Thank you. I'm pleading with you all to support the updated anti-camping ordinance, specifically where it restricts people from placing tents and belongings on public streets and sidewalks at all times and all locations if a person has been offered shelter. For 2.5 years, the homeless in our CD5 neighborhood by Cedars-Sinai have been offered shelter and services, and they continue to refuse them. Our community is left at a standstill with individuals who are actively preferring and choosing to stay homeless. If the ordinance does not pass, the City Council is essentially encouraging the homeless to continue deteriorating on our streets and encampments to take hold in our neighborhoods indefinitely. All the great work each of you are doing to get LA's homeless access to shelter and services will be meaningless if the city remains powerless to regulate public space and the homeless are not motivated to leave the streets behind and turn their lives around. Like many of you, my neighbors and I are daily witnesses to the homeless crisis unfolding before us. Several of us have been assaulted, our street has been lit on fire, buildings broken into, and struggling businesses vandalized. The city cannot continue allowing the mentally unwell and drug-addicted homeless to make poor decisions. It's neither a compassionate nor an acceptable solution. We all desperately need relief from the activity permitted right in front of our doorsteps. Passing the updated ordinance will provide light at the end of the tunnel for both the homeless prompted to accept shelter and for residents who are currently placed in harm's way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 7947, please press *6 to unmute. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Kim Jurgen, and I would like to speak on general comment.
Sure, you have a minute. Please begin.
Okay, good morning. Like I said, my name is Kim Jurgen. I'm a Crenshaw resident for 40 years. Take heed, City Council. All your talk and kumbaya of Black economic justice in South LA is well and good, but you need to break down your wall of silence regarding the purchase of the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Mall. The Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza is being taken over by corruption, greed, discrimination, and of course, racism, with the Deutsche Bank DWS selling the mall to their crony, David Schwartzman of Heritage Development Group, a more corrupt and failed developer. Downtown Crenshaw Rising's highest and best bid for the mall on behalf of the Black community with $60 million in the bank is not asking City Council for money, but is asking all of City Council to support community ownership of the mall. If the city does not take action to stop the corruption and racism in the purchase, the Russians may take over the mall and Crenshaw, and the blood will be on your hands.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Speaker.
you.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 3100, please press *6 to unmute. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hi there, my name is Maybe a Girl, pronouns she, her, and they, them, and I'd like to speak on item number 55. I'm a member of the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council, and we submitted a community impact statement on this, so I'd like to request additional time.
Sorry, so your neighborhood council put in an impact statement in, did you say?
That's correct, yes.
And you're the designated representative?
Well, we did not select a designated representative. I wasn't certain that we had to do as such. I just basically wanted to read our community impact statement because I'm not sure that everyone reads them.
So we don't really just let anybody from the neighborhood council do it. I think I really have to.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, let's
I
just
don't
give
want
you
to
a
take
minute.
up
We
too
can
much
give you
time.
2
I'll just
minutes
take
for
my
general
minute,
too.
and public comments as well.
All right, thank you.
Of course. So the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council opposes this, as well as a large number of other neighborhood councils, including the West Hills Neighborhood Council, the Atwater Village Neighborhood Council, the Echo Park Neighborhood Council, the Wilshire Center Koreatown Neighborhood Council, the Del Rey Neighborhood Council, the Central Hollywood Neighborhood Council, the Hollywood United Neighborhood Council, the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council, the Palms Neighborhood Council, the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council, the Hollywood Studio District Neighborhood Council, the North Westwood Neighborhood Council, and others. We've all determined that this is cruel, it is inhumane, and this is not the way to fix the homelessness crisis. Furthermore, it's illegal under Boise versus Martin for cruel and unusual punishment. So please, the public is in strong opposition to this, as well as many neighborhood councils, which act as advisory boards to you. So please do not vote in favor of this. I yield my time. Thank you.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 4776, please press *6 to unmute. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hi, good morning. Aaron Taxi with the Building Owners and Managers Association, Greater Los Angeles. I'd like to speak to item 55 and general public comment. I'll start with general public comment. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. BOMA GLA represents over 135 million square feet of commercial office space across LA County, the vast majority of which is in this city. Our members are on the front lines of our city's homelessness crisis, owning and operating properties along our city's most prominent commercial corridors that are now lined with encampments. This humanitarian crisis is on our doorstep, literally. Our members personally know many of their neighbors experiencing homelessness, more than many other stakeholders in this city do. So we fully understand the tragedy and complexity of this situation. That said, conditions on the ground are not sustainable. They pose drastic safety hazards for all Angelenos, most especially those experiencing homelessness. BOMA GLA strongly supports agenda item 55. Our thoroughfares, our underpasses, and our parks were never intended to become sprawling encampments, and these encampments block basic flows of traffic and are not safe physically. As our city begins to reopen, the status quo now poses a physical safety hazard for everyone who needs to traverse our sidewalks and streets. This is not just a safety issue, though. Economic recovery hinges upon immediate action by the council on this issue. Businesses and workers rely on safe and clean streets to conduct basic operations. We will neither achieve economic recovery nor reach our full potential as a city unless we take basic steps to return our commercial corridors back to a semblance of normalcy and help our neighbors experiencing homelessness in a humane manner. Sensible parameters around when and where encampments can take place is both essential and reasonable. BOMA GLA therefore urges council to approve this item today. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, and I think we've hit the end of the time. So that was the last speaker.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Let's go ahead and prepare on the vote on the following items. Members, let's go ahead and vote on items 35 through 54, 57 through 58. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, what we just did is we confirmed Barbara Romero as the Executive Director of the Bureau of Sanitation. So I want to thank you all. And Barbara might be on screen to say a few words, but while we're waiting for that to happen, if it's going to happen, I can say a few things about Barbara Romero, as everyone else around this horseshoe probably can. I've known Barbara for about 20 years, worked with her very closely when she was with the MRCA back in the day, and in 2015 she became the mayor's deputy mayor for Mayor Eric Garcetti. She has so many successes in her professional career, we can't even count them all, and if you've seen her bio that was provided to all of you, you get a sense of her accomplishments. Barbara is a Los Angeles girl from East LA and Boyle Heights, born and raised here, the first Latina to be the Executive Director of the Bureau of Sanitation. So I'd like to invite Barbara to say a few words and also a hearty congratulations from the LA City Council.
Yes, I'm.
Good morning, Ms. Romero.
Thank you.
Is that Brady behind you?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Yeah, I have my
Brady,
son.
wave hello. Brady, you're on television. There you go. Nice suit, buddy. Go ahead, Ms. Romero.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council. And I just want to say I'm privileged and honored for this nomination and for your support. At its core, sanitation protects the city's environment, and as you guys seen, I spent my career working on the environment. I'm especially excited about working with this extraordinary workforce to continue this crucial work at sanitation, really with a climate equity focus. Sanitation can really move the needle on climate change, but the programs and services are at the forefront of equity, especially including our workforce. I want a cleaner and greener neighborhoods. I want to leverage our resources and partnerships to get more people into jobs, on career paths, and to really clean our streets. But the most urgent need at hand is really to clean our city. I'm here to work hand in hand with you guys. We need to restore faith that God. So thank you. And I know this is a big job and I'm ready to get started.
Ms. Romero, thank you so much. You are heading an incredible bureau that arguably makes the biggest difference to all of our residents in the city of Los Angeles, whose great work often goes unrecognized, but you elevate the entire operation as the new executive director, and we cannot wait to work with you and the incredible bureau, the fine men and women of the Bureau of Sanitation, and we're all going to be in good hands. Congratulations.
And thank you all for the confidence. And like I said to all of you, this work is personal and I'm excited to take it on.
Mr. Cedillo?
Just add my voice to the chorus of congratulations, but note a very fine and important distinction. Ms. Romero comes from Borough Heights, which is a little distinct from the broader view of East Los Angeles, and so I wanted to make that because she's proud from Borough Heights, from Roosevelt High School, from UCLA. We got to work together for years when she worked for Senator Polanco, but also when she was very involved in the Conservation Corps and our efforts to build, working with Jackie Goldberg, the state park over in Cypress Park, which is 40 acres, both preservation and soccer fields for young people in the neighborhood. So congratulations. We look forward to working with you and continuing to beautify our neighborhoods and providing the infrastructure that's essential for our communities. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam President. I have to admit, when I heard Enrique was leaving, I panicked a little bit because my staff and I have done so much work with sanitation over the last decade. Everything from climate work, zero waste efforts, healthy soils, one water, biodiversity, single-use plastics, and the list goes on and on and on. But when I heard that we were getting Barbara Romero to replace Enrique, I instantly felt much better, and I'm quite relieved. I know we've moved into an era where we need a comprehensive approach to so many issues, and Barbara has already overseen 15 departments on behalf of the mayor and focused on sustainability and climate change and equity. She's done incredible work that was mentioned before in a variety of other places. I know she has the depth of understanding to collaborate with all the other departments from her position in sanitation and to succeed wildly as we expect as we move forward with all these important efforts. So Barbara, I just wanted to congratulate you, looking very much forward to working with you in this position and very excited that you are willing to take this on.
Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. Just wanted to add my voice, Barbara. It's great to see you on screen. Great to see your family there. I couldn't be happier that you're taking over as GM. Trujillo mentioned some of your history, but the other history that you and I share is not only our commitment to the environment, but we both come out of the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy family and enjoy sharing that history with you. But you are someone who has proven yourself here at the city to be, not only professional but effective. You've got the right values and you've got the skills to back it up to make things happen. So it is a big job that you're taking on, but I know that you can handle it, and I'm confident in that, and I'm comforted by the fact that you're taking it on, and I look forward to working with you on dealing with the challenges that face us. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Price?
Thank you, Madam President. I too want to just express a great deal of joy with your appointment. We were touring the district last week. You certainly reaffirmed your commitment to working and making sure that all of our neighborhoods are clean and livable. We appreciate the unique role your department plays in ensuring that there's a quality of life that we can be proud of. And so we look forward to the continued partnership. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. And we still have a lot of work to do, so let's get to it. Thank you. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Price. And Barbara, all I can say is I think your mom is smiling from heaven. I don't think our parents, our immigrant parents, ever would have dreamt that we'd be in these positions leading the city. So I'm incredibly proud of you. And Brady, your mom is a rock star. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. My dad's here crying in the other room. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to move on to item number 9. This was amended by Mr. O'Farrell.
Item 9. Oh.
Go ahead and open the roll.
Yeah.
Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Let's go ahead and vote on item 22. Let's open the roll. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes, 2 noes.
Mr. Cedillo? Okay, let's move on to items 19, 28, 30, and 56 as amended. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Let's move on to item number 11. Mr. De Leon, you call this special?
Yep. Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, today we have an opportunity to set a new standard for how we deliver goods and services in the city of Los Angeles. The transportation sector is the single greatest source of carbon dioxide emissions in California. Along with CO2, carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide equivalent gas and diesel powered vehicles release dangerous toxins like particulate matter 2.5 as well as ozone NOx into the air, filling the lungs of our young children, our friends and neighbors. Particulate matter and the smog it creates is responsible for thousands of deaths every year in California and the permanently damaging of our children's lungs. Although we've made great strides in the city and the region of Los Angeles, the fact remains that Los Angeles is still the #1 most polluted city in America 10 years consecutively for ozone, according to the American Lung Association. Asthma is the single most common reason for absenteeism in Los Angeles when it comes to our public schools. And this damage can affect brain function as well as permanently damaging lungs. We've made great strides in the climate space, but we have a lot more work to do in the transportation sector. As we all know, Governor Gavin Newsom has set a goal to phase out gas-powered vehicles through an executive order, all by the year 2030. 2035. Here in LA, we have set very ambitious goals to clean our air before the Olympics come to town. But setting goals also means providing incentives for people to go green. And for the delivery industry, having commercial parking near where you're doing your business, your deliveries, is crucial to maintaining a tight schedule and increasing efficiencies. That's why I've offered this motion to create zero-emission vehicle commercial loading zones. Under the current law, the city has designated loans for commercial vehicles, yellow curbs as we know them. This ordinance creates designated zones for commercial vehicles that are zero emissions. No gasoline or diesel trucks welcome. For businesses that are going green and reducing their carbon dioxide emissions footprint, we need to provide incentives to them so that we can encourage other businesses to follow suit. Colleagues, I encourage and I vote on this important step forward. Thank you very much, Madam
Thank you,
President.
sir. Let's go ahead and prepare to vote on this item. Open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 eyes.
Let's move on to item number 12, call special by Mr. Koretz.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, our streets are the place where I believe these vehicles belong. Our sidewalks are already congested with scooters and bicycles, homeless encampments, street vendors, illegal signs, and to add more vehicles to the sidewalk intended for pedestrians is a recipe for a disaster. In fact, just before this was heard in the Transportation Committee, an elderly gentleman was hit and killed by two drunk kids who were riding a scooter on the sidewalk. Additionally, we've worked too hard to bolster the gig economy in Los Angeles, only to see these jobs and workers, many of whom have struggled to make ends meet during the pandemic, chipped away at by automating this sector. In fact, many former rideshare drivers have transitioned to food delivery service over the last year. So why would we now voluntarily drive away these jobs? Needless to say, I'm not supportive of the pilot, which I believe is very dangerous to residents, and I'll be recording a no vote today and would ask you to join me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Just go ahead and prepare to vote on this item. Item number 12, please open the roll. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Kokorian, did you want to speak on item number 12?
Just very briefly, Madam President, I agree with every word that Mr. Koretz just said. This is another step in the direction of advancing technology at the expense of safety and at the expense of jobs. And I'm a little tired of government doing everything it can to bend over backwards to try to accommodate the instant availability of delivery, even when it means promoting the gig economy at the expense of actual jobs. So I think Mr. Koretz is exactly right, and I'll be voting no as well.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. De Leon?
Thank you very much, Madam President. To Mr. Koretz's point, and obviously we discussed this issue in committee with regards to what does the future of work look like. And in fact, those who have been impacted by the coronavirus the most, will they be losing their jobs to algorithms? So someone can conveniently get their sushi or their bottle of sake, delivered to their doorstep, because they don't want to, drive down the hill. So what does that mean, in fact, for working families? Because the reality is that 50% of this city is Latino. Many of them are immigrants. They're hardworking folks who barely scraping by. I know it's very impossible to stop the advancement of technology. Some of this stuff has been fantastic for us. Other stuff has had very profound implications for the economy because we haven't been retraining folks for the future. We sort of kind of discarded them in the name of technology. And sometimes that has real life consequences because we get enthralled with all of the amazing stuff coming out of Silicon Valley and elsewhere. But the reality is oftentimes that those who have the lowest educational attainment or working class families are often hit the hardest in the name of technology. So I want to just share, or I should say, add my comments to both the two PKs that we have here, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right, thank you, Mr. De Leon. Let's go ahead and prepare to vote on this item. Mr. Cedillo? Hi, sir. Cedillo, you're on the queue. Okay. Let's go ahead and prepare to vote on this item. Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 5 noes.
Okay, let's move on to item 21. This was called special by Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. Blumenfield, item 21.
Okay, yeah, it's 21. Thank you. We've talked about this one. This was a motion. Now it's the ordinance. As we know, homelessness is a critical issue facing our city. We're working with the mayor and the city and all of you to stand up housing solutions as quickly as possible. And once we on the council have approved a project, we need the entire city family to work together and pull in the same direction. And we have to prevent sometimes when the city family stands in our way when we're trying to make things happen. When I worked to create a safe parking program at an LADOT lot in Canoga Park, the LA Administrative Code required that the Transportation Commission approve that use. Seems like it should have just been a routine kind of thing, but in this case, they added unnecessary delay, and they started questioning the basics of safe parking entirely, something that we as a council had already moved forward. We can't allow this kind of bureaucracy to stand in the way, and so this ordinance cuts them out of the process. Once we've moved as a city, and we have the general manager has the authority to sign off, there is no reason to have a transportation commission start weighing in on a homelessness issue. So that's what this is about. This is to streamline red tape and to make sure that we can move interventions efficiently and quickly as a council. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Let's go ahead and prepare to vote on this item. Open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Let's move on to item 31, called special by Mr. Blumenfield.
Colleagues, I see a lot of potential in ADUs to address homelessness and build intergenerational wealth for homeowners in Los Angeles. When I introduced this motion, I received a lot of calls from affordable housing developers who wanted to learn more about funding opportunities for ADUs. What's important to know about this doesn't change one iota our land use policies. It doesn't make it easier or harder to build ADUs. This is a financing tool to basically allow us to scale up homelessness interventions. It's the idea to look at the feasibility. We're not doing it now. We're getting the right departments to look at it, but to look at the idea of how do we create affordable housing across the city and distribute it. And by having a plan with ADUs where folks could have the opportunity to get a subsidy if they agree to use their ADU to house someone who was formerly homeless. That's an idea that has a lot of potential. It's not all worked out. That's why we're moving forward on getting the reports back. But the potential of it is incredible because it allows us, instead of having consolidated sites all over the city, which we'll still do, but it allows us to scale affordable housing, because when you subsidize an ADU, it's about 60 grand, but you get somebody in that ADU, and it can be master leased, and it's a way to get folks into housing. Again, it doesn't change land use one iota. It takes the existing laws and creates a finance mechanism to incentivize affordable housing throughout the city. And I ask for your aye vote.
Let's go ahead and prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Let's move on to item 33. This was called special by Ms. Rodriguez.
President and colleagues. You know, it's shameful that we unfortunately still have a city hall that is inaccessible to the public, because I suspect that today this particular item would have had the room full of the young people in the cross-section from the city of Los Angeles, from every nook and cranny. Young people and parents who came together advocating for the call of a creation of a youth development department. And I want to thank the members of the Invest in Youth Coalition that through the pandemic continued to meet and identify and uplift the areas where our city has fallen woefully short. With today's vote, we are making history in the creation of the city's first youth development department that will help to address and uplift the needs of the more than 800,000 young people in this city and young adults who desperately, coming out of this pandemic, are going to continue to need greater resources and access to supported programs that currently are very difficult for them to access and identify. So I want to thank you all, because this has been an exercise in persistence and tenacity, exhibited no more so than the young people whose voices brought us to this moment in time. So I want to thank them for their example of leadership as a reflection of that there is no qualifying age for your voice to matter in this city, because their voices were heard, and with this vote today, we will together make history. So I ask for your aye vote.
Go ahead and prepare to vote on this item. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Let's move on to item 55. Mr. Willie Thomas.
I thank you very much, Madam President and members of the council. I rise to address this item, essentially to say that it is before us, and I'm requesting that we vote aye in order to introduce a substitute motion. I want it to be made very clear here and now that it was never requested of the Homelessness and Poverty Committee that this item be heard, and we are now having to contend with it in the context of a Rule 54. The substitute motion, Madam President and colleagues, stakes out a policy position that provides what I hope everyone will full well understand as a solid underpinning of a citywide street engagement policy and alternatives to what may be properly described as criminalization. We are pursuing a policy that speaks to compliance, that is informed by an appropriate level of compassion, it's robust, evidence-based practices to achieve the results that each and every one of us claim we wish to experience for our unhoused residents across the length and breadth of the city of Los Angeles. It seems to me that the narrative has to be enlightened and not draconian. And to the extent that that is the case, Madam President and colleagues, I ask for an aye vote as it relates to invoking Rule 54 and to facilitate the introduction of a substitute motion that I think speaks well to the sentiments and the sensibilities of the council as a whole, and that which the residents of this city will come to embrace. Madam President.
Mr. Buscaino.
Madam President, with all due respect, Mr. Chair, Mr. Ridley Thomas, I truly believe that it's time for the council to do what we are elected to do. Our core responsibility to ensure the safety of the public, and I don't believe that we should leave on a month-long recess without passing this ordinance. And I understand your amending motion, sir, is circulating that would request changes to the draft ordinance, but I urge all of us here to adopt what's before us today and what has been pending since November. We cannot wait. We can amend it when we return from recess. As it's often said, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We need to take a single step today. We cannot wait. I understand that we also have a special meeting this Thursday. Perhaps the city attorney can draft the ordinance and get it back to us before we head to recess. And this is why, members. Our core responsibility of local government is public safety, the protection of life, and the protection of property. On this very basic metric, we are failing. We are failing. We are failing everyone, our housed and unhoused residents. And as summer gets underway, we will continue to see people dying from heat-related deaths. Encampment fires routinely spread from tents to adjacent buildings, threatening the lives of the housed and unhoused. Rickety makeshift structures have grown in size, some 2 stories tall, further endangering its occupants and passerbys. Sidewalks are completely blocked, but violent and property crime have increased in neighborhoods surrounding these dangerous encampments. And yet, we continue to delay action on this common sense ordinance while the city literally burns around us. This is not compassionate nor progressive, it's reckless. In fact, some of the most progressive cities in the state of California have a form of anti-camping ordinance. San Francisco, Berkeley, and Oakland, and here locally, Santa Monica, Inglewood, Compton, Long Beach, all have anti-camping laws. But here, in the city of Los Angeles, we allow anyone to take up as much public space as they want, as long as they want, with zero consequences, attracting homeless from outside the city and the state. And while these other cities and states pass the buck and the bill onto Angelenos, activists want us to leave people to die of overdoses, heat exhaustion, or freeze to death on the streets until we can offer a new apartment, when right now we have beds available, beds that can save lives. This isn't just making perfect be the enemy of good, it's making perfect the enemy of humanity. And what's before us, this ordinance, what it does and what it doesn't do. It would restrict sitting, lying, sleeping, and placement of tents or belongings where it blocks a wheelchair from passing within 10 feet of a doorway or driveway, surrounding facilities that serve the homeless, surrounding specific freeway overpasses and underpasses after adoption of a council resolution and posting of signage, at all times and all locations if and only if a person has been offered a shelter. What it does not do, members, it does not make it a crime to be homeless. It does not punish people who have nowhere to go. It does not mean the city is prioritizing enforcement over housing and services. It simply asks our unhoused residents to abide by some basic rules so that we can better share our public spaces throughout the city. Don't block the sidewalk. Don't block doors or driveways. Don't pitch a tent right outside the homeless shelter. And if you have an ability to sleep indoors, you must do so. Enforcement will be the last and final option when all other efforts of voluntary compliance have failed. As we have seen throughout the city, those who we have helped be connected to shelter and services, deadlines and consequences lead to decision-making whether we like it or not. Every other Angeleno in our city has to face these consequences if we fail to ensure a safe Los Angeles for everyone. Let's look at my district, for example. Every community in my district agreed to permanent supportive housing and shelters in exchange for the city's commitment to keep the surrounding streets clean and safe. In District 15, we have 300 bridge home beds, 40 shelter beds, 70 tiny homes, hundreds of permanent supportive housing beds, 140 rapid rehousing vouchers, a navigation center, 172 project room key rooms, 40 California home key rooms, and 90 safe parking spots. We in Council District 15 have said yes to every solution, and I still have unused, empty beds available while tents remain outside. I have tried everything, and yet I still have people on the streets who are refusing to accept a pathway to permanent housing. Colleagues, as we all know, we've been saying this for years. This city has done more than any other city in the county. Each of us in our communities have said yes, while other neighboring cities have said no, no, no. Every night, beds go unused. So what else are we supposed to do? To sum it up, a yes vote means a yes to compassion, yes to common sense, a yes to restrained and limited rules to reduce the size of these encampments and restore order and safety for everyone. If we don't accept getting this out of committee, a no vote will mean you're okay with the current conditions on our streets, you're okay with fires, you're okay with trash, you're okay with violent crimes against our unhoused. We are enacting here common sense, simple rules that pretty much offer every other city in the state that has on the books already. Let's do what other cities are doing. And with the motion here, 55A, I see this is going to be sent back to committee to draft an ordinance. I'm tired of words, members. People are dying in our streets. Our people expect us to take action. Over half of the fires fire department is responding to are encampment related. I agree with what's happening here in 55A, but let's take action now. We can amend it later before we leave for recess so we can restore some order, some rules in our streets, because today it's merely chaos. We owe it to our people, our residents and businesses, but most importantly, we owe it to those who are dying in our streets in these encampments. Madam President.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I want to thank Mr. Ridley Thomas and Mr. Buscaino for their comments. I think first we need to clarify a little bit what's before us. Under the Rule 54 motion, which Mr. Ridley Thomas has asked us to support, we will be bringing a council file before the council for discussion. That council file includes an ordinance that was drafted that this council did not support when it was brought before us before. It also includes a number of other things, motions that Mr. Bonin made and that other people made that are part of that council file. So your yes vote today does not vote on that ordinance. Your yes vote brings the matter before the council. And Mr. Ridley Thomas has asked us to support that effort, and I would ask that you do that as well. So the first vote will be on the Rule 54 motion, and Mr. Ridley Thomas has indicated that he asks for an aye vote. I would also ask for your aye vote. When that happens, when the matter is before us, we can address the ordinance as it is written, the ordinance that we declined to pass for some very legitimate reasons previously, or we can take any number of other steps relating to that. When the time comes, after we vote on the Rule 54 motion, I'd like to speak to the amendment, 55A, motion 55A, and I'm pleased that Mr. Buscaino has indicated his support for much of what's stated in it, and I'll go into much greater length in discussing it when that matter is before us. But the first step is to bring this to council today. And I think that the urgency that Mr. Buscaino just described is urgency that is shared by every single member of this council, which is why so many of us have been working so urgently to house the homeless in our districts, to invest in shelter, to invest in permanent housing, to reconsider the ways that we do street engagement and outreach. All of that work has been ongoing. And to suggest that somehow because this particular ordinance that has been flawed, that has not been brought back by the committee to this council, indicates a lack of urgency or a lack of work by this council, I think is unfair and not true. So let's go ahead and vote yes on this Rule 54. Let's bring this matter before the council, and then let's have the debate that we should be having about whether the ordinance as it's written, which this council previously declined to pass, is appropriate, or whether the, in my view, much better version that's captured in the motion 55A that's before you is a better way forward that will develop a consensus of this council, and I believe capture a consensus of what the public feels, which is that the status quo is unacceptable, but the solution to homelessness is not to make homelessness illegal. The solution to homelessness is to provide homes. And the emphasis of this motion is on that, moving us in that direction. But it's also in saying, but there's certain conduct on sidewalks, on our rights of way, on our streets that cannot be tolerated under any circumstances. Blocking access to the public infrastructure is not acceptable. Creating hazardous conditions on our streets that puts the lives of the unhoused in danger, as well as surrounding communities, is not acceptable. Limitless encampments around parks and libraries and schools is not acceptable. And allowing encampments to continue to grow around the very infrastructure that this council is investing in order to provide shelter to people and housing to people and services to people who are living on the streets is not acceptable. And it's actually injurious to those who are trying to house. So with that, I would ask that you vote yes on the Rule 54 motion that's before us. And then as that matter comes before us, I will ask you to vote yes on the motion 55A that's been circulated that's before you, that is co-presented by myself, the Council President, Mr. Ridley Thomas, Mr. O'Farrell, Mr. Blumenfield, and Mr. De Leon, and seconded by Mr. Price. Madam President.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian, for clarifying precisely what's in front of us. This vote is a procedural one. It's a question of respect for the chair of the committee, and given that the chair of the committee is okay with this matter coming forward this way, I'm okay with that. Just a couple things I do want to note, however. I'm going to save the balance of my comments for when the issue comes up, but there's one thing I do need to say. I need to respond to a couple things that Mr. Buscaino said. Mr. Buscaino, you said that there are activists who support and want people to stay on the streets and suffer and die. And you said that members of this body who disagree with your approach to this ordinance are okay with the status quo and are okay with fires. That is just wrong, and that is disrespectful, and it's shameful. I have an enormous amount of love and respect for you. I feel incredibly warm towards you personally. And you and I disagree vehemently on a lot of stuff. But I do not challenge your heart or your integrity. And by the same token, I think it is wrong to challenge the heart or the integrity of anybody who has a different approach to the order in which we should provide housing versus enforcement. That's what this is about. And I think it is not appropriate to say that people who are out there providing outreach and services that the city and county are failing to provide, people who are out there handing out frozen bottles of water right now, are somehow tolerant of the status quo. And I'll save the rest of my comments for the balance of the item, but I needed to say that because I was offended by that comment on behalf of myself and people who feel like me, and I was offended on behalf of the people I see out there doing service that we are failing to provide.
Mr. O'Farrell?
President, and let me just say that I clearly share the sense of urgency that we are all feeling around this horseshoe, as stated by Mr. Krikorian. I am proud and honored to be on this substitute motion 55A. It is a better product than what we brought before council back in November during a COVID surge during the pandemic. And I believe that as we come out of the pandemic, after we've surpassed our 6,000 minimal units since November of last year of housing solutions, which was our target, we far surpassed that target. And we're on our way to increase it even further in, I think, most of our council districts. I share that sense of urgency, and I think that's very clear by the actions we took at Echo Park Lake, where over a 3-month period, we housed 200 individuals who were living in squalor. Women were being trafficked for sex, homeless women, and people were being taxed to live in tents at Echo Park Lake. It was a criminal racket going on there, and we gave safety, security, and a leg up to a pathway to wellness for all of those residents. Since then, we've stood up an additional 200 places for people to be safe with our tiny home village, our safe sleep site, and if it were up to me, I'd introduce more motions tomorrow and the next day because we have more housing solutions on the way. And I believe that this activity is being carried forward in virtually all of our districts, and if it isn't, then it should be. So we're on our way to these housing solutions, and I think now is the time to move, like I said, with a better product that is more well-informed, that is more compassionate, that is better timed as we emerge from this pandemic. And so, Mr. Buscaino, I agree with you about the urgent need for the City of Los Angeles to adopt new laws to regulate these shared spaces. And I will defer to our esteemed colleague, the chair of the Homelessness and Poverty Committee, Mr. Ridley Thomas, for his leadership so that we can land this and adopt an ordinance that satisfies our collective will. I'll lastly say this, that we absolutely need to come up with something that makes our public spaces usable for everyone, including the differently abled people in our communities. I have a friend who lives in Hollywood who travels by wheelchair because he's a quadriplegic. He travels in a lane of traffic on Cahuenga under the 101 freeway because it is completely blocked. Colleagues, the City of Los Angeles is in violation of a federal law, the ADA, and we absolutely, urgently need to get back in the business of enforcing that law at just its most basic. So I have a question for the city attorney. If there is a city attorney who can answer this question, it's just one.
Mr. City Attorney, you're being requested by Mr. O'Farrell. He's got a question for you.
Hi, Gita O'Neill is here and Scott Marcus as well.
Okay, thank you. So to the city attorney's office, is there anything that prohibits the city of Los Angeles from enforcing ADA anywhere in our city right now, regardless of an ordinance that's in place or not? That's my only question today.
Not that I'm aware of. Scott, do you have anything else to add?
No, not that I'm aware of either.
All right. So that's very revealing. That's something that we could begin enforcing right away. I would suggest that we engage in very, very comprehensive outreach anywhere where a city sidewalk is blocked and impassable, and I can give you a few in my own neighborhood. So this is something that needs to be addressed, and I know that in the 13th District, dozens of times, in some cases hundreds of times, there's been outreach in some of these places where there is a violation of the ADA. This ordinance will not only address that, but clearly we could enforce that right now, regardless of an ordinance. And I think that is something that we need to do because there are people in the disability community who are desperate for action just so that they can have the freedom to pass through these areas which are now impassable. So with that, I also urge an aye vote for the Rule 54 and the adoption of 55A. Madam President, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. You know, despite what we hear from the callers or what we see in social media, I know everyone sitting around this horseshoe truly is dedicated to fixing and trying to find solutions to our unhoused crisis. And despite what people say over the phone and despite what we hear on social media, I also know that everyone here also cares about their businesses and their house communities and their neighborhoods. But what we've seen lately seems to be a shift where we need to pay attention to both sides of this issue. Now, I know the commitment. I've seen the housing put up by all the members of this council, even by Council District 12. I've seen my community go from, in the last year since I've been in office, from 0 homes to a proposed, probably, I think we have about 350, in the pipeline. But I am also tired of hearing what Councilman O'Farrell just said. We fought for years and years and years for ADA requirements, and yet I have people who cannot go down their own sidewalks to get to the places that they need to get to. We have crews that do go out and clean and enforce the 36 inches, but what happens right after they leave, it goes right back to being what it was before they got there. I'm tired of hearing about parents calling me saying that their children do not have a safe path to get to their schools anymore. I'm tired of hearing about people who have been injured, who recently, a young man, assistant manager at Rite Aid, tried to stop 2 individuals who lived behind his building from breaking into a car, and they turned around and stabbed him with a screwdriver. I am tired of, hearing about businesses who cannot operate because we can't enforce certain rules that is affecting their livelihoods on how to be able to do business. And so I think that frustration that we hear from all of our communities is what we're asking today, and I appreciate the chair of the committees asking for an aye vote, and I'm asking for an aye vote too, to have this conversation, because over and over and over we are told this is going to happen. We're talking about this is coming down the pipeline, and yet we're about to head into recess and nothing is before us. And so if 55A, which I've looked over very quickly, provides some of those solutions, and if that can get back to us before recess, if the city attorney's office can get that back to us, I absolutely will support that. I need to be able to enforce around the housing that we have put in CD12, because the rest of my district is looking at those locations. And unless I'm able to enforce around those locations, the rest of my community is going to say, why would we want to put something in our community when it makes absolutely no difference to have tents, to have encampments all around the site that I've worked so hard to put into my district? And so I'm asking for this council's help in providing more housing in my district, but I have to show the rest of my community that we can enforce things and that it will make a difference, and that their areas where they agree to these solutions are not going to become worse. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cedillo?
Well, let me congratulate all of us for coming to a consensus. But let me also suggest that now is the time for us to act, that the challenges that confront us are abundant. They are right in our face. I asked earlier as chair of housing for a matter to be sent to my committee. That was not responded to. Now we're asking for this matter of probably the most singular importance for all of us in our careers, and this matter is going to go to committee. Let me suggest that now is the time for us to act, that we should pass this motion so that we can do the substitute motion. It's a, 6 and half a dozen of the others, the distinctions here. We should recognize that. I don't see that there's any disagreement. I think the only challenge for us is to act with the haste that's due. We have a break. This matter was presented last November. There were circumstances that were noted by Mr. O'Farrell that were valid, but those matters have changed qualitatively. We are at a different point in time. And so I just want to urge us to act now. I would like to know the reasons why this can't be done before we go on break. Because we have discussed this abundantly. All of us are working. This is our number one concern as we go out every day. This is brought to our attention. None of us can escape this reality. It's just, it's omnipresent. It's abundant in our lives. So for us now, it's no longer the time to pontificate or to split hairs, to find the fine points of demarcation. This is a challenge that all of us must step into, lean into. It's time for us to act. And there should be either some very compelling reason for us not to act. The two motions are too similar for us not to embrace them both. And so let's all of us act, but let's do this now. We have brilliant attorneys who work for us. This has been discussed ad infinitum. Let's just act for the people of Los Angeles. Now is the time to make true this promise. I call for us to support the motions and to take action and set a deadline for the people of Los Angeles before this break. They deserve no less. I thank you.
Ms. Rahman?
I just wanted to make one intervention into this debate, which is really to say that I think what we're hearing from a lot of council people today is that acting on enforcement is the thing that's going to solve what is the crisis that we're seeing on the streets. And for me, as someone who decided to run for office just a couple years ago because of my frustration with what was happening on LA streets, because of our rising homelessness crisis, those numbers were rising. Homelessness was rising in Los Angeles even when we were doing enforcement in exactly the way that 4118 was originally written. And during the time that it was being enforced, homelessness rose year after year. And I just want to say that I think what we need to do now is not to talk about enforcement or not enforcement, but to really talk about what is the systemic change that we need to do to end this crisis. What are all the steps that we need to take to end this crisis? What are the ways in which we set up a system of real street outreach that meets people where they are and that gets them into housing quickly and effectively, which we still haven't done. We spent weeks discussing that in committee. We talked about it in council over the last 2 weeks. And we haven't made any decisions on that. We haven't talked about where we will find the enormous resources that we need to get people into housing and to build that housing and to fund that housing and to find that housing. Because yes, we've done better over the last few months in this city, but we're nowhere near having enough to actually do what we need to do. And what I am really excited to do, and what I've been wanting to do, and what I have been pushing forward in my own agenda is to really think about how we do that, both in my own district and in the committees that I'm a part of. And I've been very grateful to have been part of all those discussions in HMP. And I think what I want to have is a real conversation about what that systemic change looks like. This motion, to me, is moving forward one piece of that discussion. One piece of that discussion which has a lot of unanswered questions for me, which is, I think, worthy of discussion. I wasn't there when you guys had your previous discussions, and I think it's worth discussing it more, and I think it's worth discussing it in the committee, and to make those decisions as a collective body, and to make sure that we're making rules that really make sense for Los Angeles. We must have a conversation now about how we share space, where it's okay to camp, where it's not okay to camp. We have to have those discussions. What are the steps that we take to advance true public safety for all Angelenos? These are urgent, urgent questions. I don't know that this proposal right now advances answers to those questions that look any different from the things that we've been doing in LA for so long, which have led us to this very moment. So,
Mr. De Leon?
Thank you very much, Madam President, as well as colleagues. Let me start off by saying that for the months that I've been here on the LA City Council, I have a tremendous amount of respect for each and every one of you. my conclusion so far in my very short tenure here as a member of this august body is that, without question, each and every one of you has much more experience on the issue of homelessness than any other local government body in the state and perhaps the country. I, coming from your California State Senate and the most recent leader of your California State Senate, I've come to the conclusion that everyone around this horseshoe has much more knowledge and experience than my colleagues in both bodies, both the Assembly as well as the Senate, and clearly our friends in Congress. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for all of you. You're living it every single day. And I know that the opinions and thoughts are across the spectrum here, but we all want the same thing. And I just want to emphasize the respect that I have for all of you. There is a reason why we have a Homeless and Poverty Committee, which is to do the work that is tasked before us. And I do have an issue with regards to process and protocol, not the content of the motions that are before us, because we can debate this issue ad nauseum, but process and content. I should say process and protocol. I do believe strongly that we should keep this motion in our Homeless and Poverty Committee, that those who are tasked through our chair, Mr. Riley Thomas, Ms. Rahman, Ms. Rodriguez, as well as myself, and Mr. Buscaino, the originator of this motion, we should be able to deliberate, discuss, argue, work through painlessly or painfully, the finer points to provide a product for each and every one of you. What we're doing today, process-wise, is poor form. Because in mid-air, we're constructing an airplane. Now, we have a crisis of biblical proportions, unlike anything we've ever experienced before. We know that. I represent the district with the largest number of unhoused individuals than anyone on this around this horseshoe. In fact, I represent more unhoused folks than any other municipality in the United States of America outside of New York City. But I, like everyone else, I don't have the higher moral ground. And I'm not going to sort of have this sort of race, to the bottom, who's more sanctimonious, who has a higher moral ground than the other on the issue of homelessness. We all want the same thing. Whether you represent Pacoima or Boyle Heights or Brentwood, whether it's Sherman Oaks or whether it's San Pedro, we all want the same thing for our constituents. We want safe streets, we want clean streets, we want a roof over our unhoused community members' heads today. In a combination, short term, whether it's pallet shelters. Today, I had the opportunity to have my groundbreaking ceremony, and when we're done in a few months, it'll be the largest tiny cabin community in the country. Last night, I had the honor to, spend time with our good colleague Bob Blumenfield in Tarzana, of an amazing, village that he put together through his leadership, demonstrating the courage of his convictions against strong opposition that come to his house on a weekly basis to criticize him for doing what's right by our constituents, those who are housed and non-housed. But process-wise, this is the work that we should be doing in the committee. Now, for Mr. Buscaino, I don't know what the process has been like, if he's tried to unearth the topic to have that debate. I don't know the particular details, but we should be doing it. It's my opinion that this is the work we should be doing in committee. Secondly, because we have a 24-hour notice with emergency meetings, today's Tuesday, we can do this on Thursday, yes. We can do this on Friday, we can do this on Saturday, we can do this on July 4th, because it's patriotic too, my friends, yes. To house our Americans who are living on the streets today. Yes. And I'm willing to say right now, we'll work throughout the break, because it's unfathomable that we're going on a summer break without dealing with this issue. Yes. Otherwise, we're stuck to piecemealing our way, meandering aimlessly in the desert looking for solutions because we're reacting, we're being overly reflexive every single time. And that's what happens when you don't have a coherent vision. So I'm going to vote no, to be very clear, on this motion. I'm going to vote no. I may be in the minority, but process-wise, this work should be done in our committee. If this motion does succeed, I understand there is a substitute motion that's been put before us today. The hard work of our colleagues here today, who at the last minute, in reaction to the action of the motion to pull it out of committee, which I don't believe is the most prudent thing to do, but if the motion succeeds to pull it out of committee and it's before us with a robust debate once again, I will support the substitute motion, because I do think it's much more humane. But process-wise, it's not the right thing to do. We've got to do it the right way, and I'll submit to each and every one of you that I will stay in committee Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and throughout the break to get this done, to move forward a motion for all of you.
Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you very much. I want to urge an aye vote on this. And Mr. De Leon, thank you. He came out to the cabin community last night. We both were there to firsthand experience what it's like to live in a cabin community. And with that cabin community opening, I now have in my district more interventions than homeless people as per the 2020 count. So as soon as that opens next week, I pass that threshold. And it's time for us to act. And make no mistake about it, I heard a lot of different comments. What's before us is not a solution for homelessness. It's not. The solution for homelessness is what we've talked about. It's services, it's housing, it's all of the things that a lot of us are really leaning in to make happen. But that doesn't mean it's not important. What's before us deals with maintaining our streets and sidewalks, because that is important as well. It's not a solution for homelessness, but the two are interrelated. So the other thing I want to point out, the motion, the ordinance that's before us, the motion that is the substitute motion, all of that is very similar to what I brought forward to this body back in November. Very, very similar. In fact, back when I brought it forward, there were 7 folks who were already on it, and if you remember when I introduced it, people were jumping on to try to add their name to it. We would have had a majority of folks right then when I introduced it. But then when it came forward and the ordinance came back from the city attorney, for a lot of us, when we looked at it, it went a little further than we wanted it to. And the subtlety is important, because the subtlety deals with how you deal with our very vulnerable population and how the involvement of the police and all the rest. So the subtlety is important. So that ordinance, even though it was the product of a very supported motion that I had brought forward that a majority of this council supported, that ordinance went back to committee to be worked on. The motion before us brings that ordinance back, and although I don't think that the problems of that ordinance have been solved. The substitute motion, however, creates a better and more clear direction to solve the problems that were in the ordinance. And it creates a direct pathway how we can get that ordinance done in a way that works and is more humane, that clearly spells out protocols and sets a pathway for those protocols to be developed. So that's why I support the resolution, and I do think that we should get it done before the recess. And I think that that's possible. I think it's not only possible, I think it's an obligation, and certainly one that I will work hard to make happen. It's not there yet. So my hope is that we move this, we pass the Rule 54, we pass the substitute motion, and then over the course of the next day or in the next 2 days, we get that new ordinance, which will just be slightly different. I mean, we're talking about subtleties here, which is the good news, is that most of us are on a very similar page. But those subtleties matter, and we can get it done. I'm confident we can. and we need to get it done because this is the crisis of our time, as everyone here has mentioned. So I urge an aye vote.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm going to be very brief and succinct because I agree with the words of Mr. Cedillo. And thank you, Bob, for really underscoring that we've had this conversation before. In fact, we've had this conversation ad nauseum. And there are subtleties, and words matter. And what came back was problematic. But that doesn't mean we should be going on recess before we resolve this issue. And so while we can talk about process, process is not solving the problem. And so as much as this has come in the manner that it has come back, it's forced the conversation, and thankfully so. Because what we can't afford to do any longer is wait for continued process that delays action. And so I support us doing this work, doing it and making sure that we refine this ordinance in a manner that makes sense, that is responsible. But I promise you, members, we cannot be allowing this to continue ad nauseum any further. We need to execute a solution. We need to adopt it before recess. And so I ask that we please, we can't leave until this is done. That is irresponsible. This conversation has gone on way too long. And I want to thank those that are trying to help solve this and create meaningful outcomes with the words that we use with respect to this ordinance and making sure that we have those refinements. But we cannot allow this to go on for another 30 days. This needs to be completed and executed before the recess. Thank you.
Mr. Price?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to join the conversation and thank the members for all of their efforts and the work we've been doing to address this humanitarian crisis of our time. Collectively, we certainly have increased outreach efforts. We've built hundreds of interim and permanent housing solutions, but it's clearly not enough. It's clearly not enough. Thousands of people sleep on the streets every night. In some areas, as we've heard, things have gotten out of hand. Like I mentioned last week, we had 2 individuals experiencing homelessness in my district that died. One from a shooting, another from fire. And unfortunately, this is not an unusual situation. It occurs, and it occurs for all of us. So, you know, let me be clear. I think we got to do more, and we got to do it quicker. I hear from my constituents every day that they can't use the sidewalks, especially now the school has started up. Concerns about kids having to go into the streets. The alleys sometimes are blocks. Commercial properties can't get insurance renewed because of encampments and fires. So we have real problems. And I certainly understand the frustration of our neighbors, the frustration of advocates, the frustration of our homeless neighbors. They want to see something done. But I don't think we should just try to go on the fly, get something completed so that we can move on. I think this needs to go back to committee, give it some real thought, some refinement, I should say, so that we can come up with the kind of solutions that work. It's clear that we have to have compliance with compassion. And so I think that adopting the proposed Amendment 55A, which I was proud to support, is a step in that direction to make it possible. We've got to make sure we're pulling all of our resources together and that we're doing it in a way that makes sense. So I support the motion, bringing this motion for discussion. I think it should be referred back to the Homeless Committee so that we can really do the vetting, do the refinement, do the final discussion, the continued discussion that's going to help us find a solution to move this issue forward. It's impacting us all in some very dramatic ways, not the least of which our constituents. They deserve answers, and they're looking for us to make sure that happens. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members, for a good start of this discussion, which I'm sure will continue after the first vote. But I do just want to address a couple of comments that I heard. I think there was a wide consensus that there is a need to act with urgency on an ordinance this week, and I agree with that. And I just want, to those who are concerned that voting on motion 55A would prevent that from happening, it will not. And so, again, I'll come back to this when we come to the actual vote on the motion, but this motion, by passing it, does not require, it does not need to go back to committee. It does not need to do anything other than have the city attorney deliver to this council the ordinance defined in my motion, in our motion, that will, that is very detailed in giving instructions to the city attorney of what to draft. We will have that ordinance before us before the end of this week to vote on. So if you vote for this motion, you will have an opportunity to vote for the ordinance before the end of this week. That I promise you. So with that, Madam President, again, I would ask that we follow Mr. Ridley Thomas's lead on this, that we vote yes on this motion, and that we proceed to debate on the matters before us.
Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Madam President. I've appreciated the discussion. Let me start with where there's common ground. And I'm sorry I need to say this, but I guess I do, and some people need to hear it. The status quo is absolutely unacceptable. It is absolutely intolerable that we have parks, and I have some, texting with my staff right now about them, where kids can't play because there are encampments everywhere. It is absolutely unacceptable that there are people in wheelchairs in streets in my district and many others where people can't use the sidewalks and have to go down the middle of the street. That is the case in all of our districts. That is absolutely unacceptable, and we do need to figure out how to regulate and preserve public space. I also agree, and again, this is sort of belaboring the obvious, that it is absolutely unacceptable and intolerable that people are dying on our streets, are getting sick on our streets, are unsafe on our streets. But telling them where they can't camp or where they can't sleep or sit doesn't do anything to protect them from disease or from death. We definitely need to figure out how to share and regulate our public space. The question is, what space are we actually sharing? We do a lot in the ordinances before us historically to define where people cannot be, but we don't do much in these ordinances to define where people can be. And we've had this discussion many times before. As Ms. Rodriguez said, we've had this conversation many times before. Each time it's been up, I have said that before I can vote on an ordinance like this, we need to see a map. Right? There are some elements of this that I'm fine with. I don't think it's appropriate to have an encampment outside of a school. I don't think it's appropriate to have encampments in a park. But collectively, what we see in these ordinances, like they're individual pieces I'm cool with, but collectively, are we getting to the whole city? Are we saying effectively that there is no place for people to be? So before I can vote on an ordinance, I want to see a map from whichever department needs to produce it that says what areas would be expressly prohibited from this. What areas could be potentially prohibited by resolution from this? So we actually know what we're voting on. I think that is sort of a fundamental piece of legislative information, a necessary piece we should have before we vote on this, because it tells us what we're actually voting on. Part of this also comes down to a question of math, right? As we see in one of the motions, in the last 5 years, the city's built 2,400 units of permanent supportive housing.
And all the interventions we're doing now add up to another 6,755 beds. That is significant, that's huge, that's more than we've ever done, but it's woefully inadequate to the number of people who are living in encampments on our streets. And so when we have this discussion, we tend to put the cart before the housing. We put the cart before the services, and we put the cart before the resources. And speaking of resources, if we do an ordinance like this, in addition to a map, I'd like to see a budget, because who's going to be doing all of the enforcement? If we are saying that this huge swath of areas are now not places where there can be encampment, are we going to have LAPD enforce it? Is sanitation going to enforce it? Are park rangers going to enforce it? Who's going to do that, and do those departments have the resources? Because if we're going to say publicly we're going to be prohibiting camping and we're going to be returning public space, we should be damn confident that that's actually going to happen, and we're not just telling people it's going to happen. And so that's something I think that we need to see in order to have an honest conversation with people. We always have this conversation about the enforcement before the full set of tools is in there of how to house people and how to approach them on the street. We heard about people need deadlines and consequences to get off the street. I'm not sure I accept that premise. Yes, there are sometimes empty beds in some places. Maybe we need to be asking more, why is it that people find a sidewalk preferable to that? Is there something that we are offering that is wrong about what we're offering? What do we need to do to make that more attractive? And every time we do, as we're doing now in Venice, an encampment to home program, there's always people coming from somewhere else saying, I want to get housed, I want to get housed, I want to get housed. We know that there's tens of thousands of people out there who want to be housed, and we don't have the resources to meet that. So deadlines and consequences, we've had hanging over our head like a dagger hanging from a very thin string. We have had over our head a deadline and a consequence. The courts have repeatedly said no enforcement until you do sufficient housing. But we still haven't put together street engagement that includes the right to housing. We still don't have that in place, and that to me is sort of a prerequisite to what we need to have in place before we do the enforcement to protect the public space that we need to be doing. Thank you.
Okay, members, seeing no other members on the queue, we're going to take the first vote. We're going to go ahead and vote on Rule 54. It's an up or down vote. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, the second vote is on 55A. Mr. Gregorian?
President. Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, members, for what's already begun, the substance of this debate. I just wanted to describe briefly what's before us in Motion 55A, because it addresses, I think, the issues that almost everyone has already been discussing. The need to ensure that there is safety and accessibility on our streets. What it does not do is it does not create a situation that criminalizes the mere fact of being homeless. It does not create a situation where a person can be offered a distant shelter bed someplace, maybe even out of the city of Los Angeles, and then be told, well, you've been offered shelter, so now you're subject to arrest if you're continuing to sleep someplace. It does not do that. The previous ordinance that was brought previously would have done that. It would have allowed that kind of draconian response. And that's why I think we should reject it. Until such time as we know how that's going to be enforced, under what protocols, with what street engagement, by whom, with what budget, we cannot proceed with the ordinance that was previously brought before this council and that this council did not support but returned back to committee. It was returned back to committee for a really good reason. It wasn't ready. The ordinance that's before, or the motion that's before you in 55A is ready. It addresses every problem area that we've been describing here. It makes sure that the city can maintain accessible and passable sidewalks and streets. And it protects the unhoused from being struck by vehicles. And Mr. Bonin, I think you raised a moment ago that that this ordinance wouldn't stop people from dying on the streets. In many ways, it would, because this ordinance will prevent people from sleeping in areas where they will be very likely to be injured or killed. Driveways, loading docks, traffic lanes. We know that almost 10% of the homeless people who die on the streets die for transportation-related causes. So the first thing we ought to do is ensure that we're not allowing that sort of sleeping in areas that are that dangerous. Another thing that it does is it creates a buffer zone around sensitive uses, including schools, parks and libraries, daycare centers, and so forth. But that buffer zone will not be enforceable until there is signage, until there is outreach, until there's a resolution by this council that provides plenty of opportunity for those things to take place. But that is important, because in all of our districts, we've seen that exact problem where Mr. Price and others have described, where areas become inaccessible for the use that they're intended for. When the people of Los Angeles cannot go to a library or cannot take their kids to daycare because of the growth of encampments in that area, then we have to fix that. And 55A fixes that. It creates a buffer zone around the infrastructure that we've been investing the taxpayers' money to build, to house and shelter people. So as we've moved forward with a Bridge Home projects and with other projects that every single one of you have worked so hard to bring to your districts, we all made promises to our constituents that if we invest in these services, if we invest in these facilities, things will get better in that area because we're going to be housing the homeless who are already living unhoused in that very community. Well, we're not going to be able to deliver on that promise if we have encampments that are springing up right outside of the door of the bridge housing that we're providing. And I will also add that that is not helpful to the people who are getting services in those facilities. When somebody is trying to become stabilized so that they can be on the road to permanent housing, when they're trying to break the circumstances that have led them to be unhoused in the first place, that journey is not benefited by having somebody living in an encampment or somebody setting up shop right outside of the bridge home housing, who's engaged in drug sales and other things right outside of that. We cannot allow that. And so the buffer zone around shelters and other homeless-related facilities is essential. This ordinance this motion will do something new as well. It will allow this council and each of you to identify particularly hazardous encampment circumstances in your own districts. And all of you know some of those that you can identify off the top of your head. This is not somebody who's just sleeping in a tent on a sidewalk. This is the situation where the growth of the encampment, the interconnection of all of the encampments has produced a grave danger to the people who are living in it. The risk of dying in conflagrations, the risk of being, killed by passing cars, the risk of being victimized by violent crime, which we see again and again in some of these encampments, where people living in them are just by way of example, a woman who was housed in one of my tiny home villages has repeatedly been sexually assaulted in her encampment, repeatedly, to the point that she had to wear 2 pairs of pants to defend herself while she was living in that encampment. And she was uncomfortable living in the tiny homes because it had a sense of freedom that she wasn't familiar with. She had to get used to that. So when we have those situations that we know exist, and every single one of us has those encampments in our district that we can identify that are fire threats, that are crime threats, then we can make findings demonstrating that those areas are uniquely hazardous, are hazardous beyond just the normal situation of somebody living on the street. This council can make those findings, and then for 1 year, that area would be off limits to camping. And then the other thing, I guess, is although this is not part of the ordinance that will come back to us, the motion that's before you also calls upon us and all of the city departments to come together and develop a true street engagement strategy that will be implemented throughout departments so that we ensure that law enforcement is the last resort and that services and assistance and lifting people up is what we do first. That being said, if we don't have an ordinance, and Ms. Rahman talked about putting this in order, and I understand that concern, but we need to do this. These are not mutually exclusive goals. We need to do both things. We need to be working on housing. We need to be working on permanent solutions to homelessness. We need to work to ensure that mental health services and drug treatment services are made available. We need to do all of those things. But at the same time, we also have to make sure that our streets are accessible to all of our citizens. We can't wait until we solve the root causes of homelessness to take control of the public's infrastructure. Those are 2 goals that we should be working on simultaneously. And so motion 55A that's before you, I believe, serves both of those objectives. And I want to thank all the members who have signed on to this. And again, I want to reiterate, your yes vote on 55A will result in an enforceable ordinance being brought back to this council before this week is out. So I ask for your aye vote on motion 55A.
Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to thank Mr. Buscaino for bringing his motion forward and injecting an even greater sense of urgency to this issue. I want to thank the folks that put together 55A, which I think is an even better and more updated response to the urgent issues that we're facing. And we should recognize this will address some problems. It doesn't solve homelessness, but nothing we do will. Everything we take on will solve a piece of homelessness and a piece of the issues that we're facing. This is a very multifaceted crisis, and there are probably 20 or 30 different pieces that we have to address one by one to actually get to where we need to get. From my point of view, the one that we've focused on the least and needs the most focus is prevention. I don't think we do enough. I think there are a lot of good ideas out there for how we can prevent people from falling into homelessness in the first place. But we shouldn't avoid action because we don't solve all the problems. We have to recognize that I think this is the most prominent one for our constituents. And I think we need to do a lot of work to get the constituents of Los Angeles back on our side, because I think we're losing them, and we may lose the enthusiasm in addressing the issue in the way people funded HHH. And in fact, before HHH, I had people contacting me saying, I want to be part of the solution. Please tax me. And these are not low-income people. These are folks that would be paying significant amount of taxes. But people want to help. I don't want to see us lose that. So I think we need to respond. We need to respond quickly. I think what's before us will accomplish that. And I certainly support it. Let's get our constituents behind us again. Let's let them see some positive progress, and this could be the beginning of many steps in the right direction.
Mr. Ridley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the council. I think it's worth restating that we are confronted with a moral crisis which occasions decisiveness. And I think this crisis will define our city's civic legacy for many, many years to come. And so on the substance of the matter, I think it's fair to say, and it's been invoked already, the status quo is simply untenable. No one is in a position of defending conditions as they are. And I think we should also agree that there are helpful ways to disrupt the status quo, and there are ways that are not helpful. There are enlightened ways, there are efficacious ways to do the business at hand, and there are retrograde and reactionary ways to do it, and that won't help. There are cost-effective ways to do it, and there are terribly expensive ways to do it. And so we need to land today on which ways are smart, which ways are humane, which ways embrace the notion of compassion, and with that, compliance. No one here has a corner on morality. No one here has a corner on how, in fact, to perfect these conditions. We can, at best, move this forward and continue to improve upon it. That's what we have before us. Voters are clear about this. May I speak the language of what voters say for a moment here? They do not want people who are experiencing homelessness to be stigmatized, marginalized, or criminalized. Poll after poll makes that abundantly clear. LA Business Journal, LA Business Council, as well as LA Times did that poll and made that clear. And after all, what we're dealing with is the fundamental question of poverty, impoverishment. Dr. King called it the most raw form of violence in our very presence. And so the nonviolent response is to try to lift people to a place of dignity rather than to unleash our punitive impulses and cause them to lose their sense of purpose even in their most dire hour. And so I just think we are compelled to move a substitute motion forward today that is predicated on a fundamental principle. Let me say what that is. And that is to say, before unhoused are restricted from occupying public space, they should be thoughtfully engaged and offered suitable alternatives in terms of the conditions in which they find themselves, and that should be our mantra, that should be our North Star, and nothing else should be in our way to accomplish that. Can we perfect that? Not sure. Should we be about that? Absolutely. And the ordinance that Mr. Buscaino brings forward is focused on restrictions. It's focused on more that speaks of that which is punitive, and speaks the language of non-compliance. I think the thrust of the substitute motion seeks to do something very different. I would assert that we cannot arrest our way out of this crisis. And so to threaten people who are suffering from mental health disorders and substance abuse or substance use challenges, if you think you're going to threaten them to do something better, think again. That isn't going to happen. We've tried it over and over again and not been successful. It's not cost effective, and frankly, it is not smart. What is smarter? I think we are trying to propose street-based engagement that essentially underpins those proposed restrictions. There has to be a clear path to promote compliance with the ordinance as it is to come before us, but this should never become a vehicle, to further marginalize those who are houseless, intentionally or otherwise. And I want to say without fear of contradiction, good public policy anticipates consequences, and we know what it means to be heavy-handed in the face of the circumstances that we are seeking to address. So I think it's incumbent upon us to insist on policies that formally minimalize and contextualize the use of law enforcement as we implement it. We must be assured that alternatives to promote compliance are in place. And whether they be used by interventionists or any other form of individuals who are unarmed and the like is, in my view, desirable. And I stopped from being too prescriptive here. I'm essentially trying to construct a narrative that makes sense based on lived experience. And I believe unhoused people in our city should be entitled to a right to housing, and I believe that this ought to connect with it accordingly. If we're talking about an ordinance that seeks to deal with public health, public safety, and public access, you cannot do that without an attention to the issue of people needing to be housed. And so the substitute motion, Madam President and colleagues, would ultimately lead us in that direction, and it puts the responsibility on us to offer suitable housing in lieu of allowing the status quo on our streets to continue. I think this is the right way to go. This is essentially why I wish to move forward with the notion of moving way beyond the limitations that would be offered by the effort by Mr. Buscaino, and to embrace a new moment, a new possibility, a new level of decisiveness and enlightenment on the part of the Los Angeles City Council. We can do this. We should do this. We ought to be disruptors, but creative disruptors, intentional disruptors, those who are prepared to thoughtfully and strategically address the crisis that is upon us. Madam President.
Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Madam President, and members. For those who supported the Rule 54, absent the Rule 54, we would not be having this conversation today. And what I'm asking is not to choose one motion over the other. We can do both. We shall do both. And I support both 55 and 55A. In fact, 55A is not a substitute motion. It's an amendment to 55. So today we can act on both items. My ordinance, our ordinance that six of us signed on to last fall, is like a phase 1. And what 55A proposes is a phase 2 that will come in the coming months. But Mr. Krikorian has promised by Friday, by Thursday. That's fantastic. Just so a point of order, is 55A a substitute, or why can't we not amend 55 with 55A so that we can act on it today? Let's act on today. I've supported all solutions in my district. And we need common sense rules on our streets. If we get a better version of the rules, then we can, down the road, we can amend it or vote to replace it. But let's stop making excuses for inaction. Let's adopt some sensible common sense rules today. This vote between action or delay, that's the vote today. Do we delay or do we take action today? Now, if you have any doubt of whether there's a need to act today, just look outside. Just look outside the window. I appreciate all the words today promising action, but let's do today. Please, on behalf of everyone in the city of Los Angeles, both those living in our streets and those who are housed and those who have businesses in our city.
Mr. Ridley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the parliamentary procedure would suggest that this is in fact a substitute motion, which essentially is designed to replace the predicate motion or the main motion. It is not an amending motion at all. It is a substitute motion. We wish to put 55 as it came before us to bed. Time to go to sleep with that. We are standing up with something that's fully awake in terms of 55A. It is a substitute motion, Madam President.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't want to get too mired down in a lot of parliamentary niceties because I think it's irrelevant. The truth is this: the ordinance that is before us now, because of the Rule 54 motion, the ordinance that previously was before this council, that this council sent back to committee, is not ready for prime time. It's that simple. There's a reason that we sent it back to committee, because it's an inadequate ordinance and it should be rejected. So I will ask you to vote for the better motion, 55A, and I will ask you to reject, or at least receive and file, everything else on the council file that's now before us, because it's not ready for prime time. So we can say, oh, we're taking action, and but if it's bad action, that doesn't really advance the ball for us. And it's a bad ordinance. Otherwise, we would have voted for it before, when it was before this council. There was a reason we didn't do that. And one of the reasons is because it allows for the situation that a person, a disabled veteran who's sleeping on a sidewalk in our city under the previous version of the ordinance could be approached by a police officer who says, you need to go into shelter tonight. And I know it's midnight, but you need to pick up and you need to get into shelter. And if you don't, you're going to jail. Is that the city we want? Is that the kind of ordinance that we want to enact in order to show that we're taking action? I don't think so. I don't think that's what the people of Los Angeles want. But I think what the people of Los Angeles do want is they want to be able to use their parks and their sidewalks and their libraries. They want to be able to go into the entrance of their business. They want to be able to know that when they pull into a parking lot, they don't have to worry about running someone over when they're going through the driveway. They want to know that when they see an encampment that has grown to the point that it takes up the entire sidewalk on both sides of an underpass, and they see drug dealing and prostitution and other crimes taking place in that the city is capable of addressing that. And sometimes that does take enforcement of law. It doesn't always take just outreach. Sometimes it takes enforcement of law. And that's what 55A does. So, parliamentary process aside, I ask that you vote for 55A, and then I will ask that you, in fact, I'm moving that you vote for 55A, and I'm moving that we receive and file everything else on the council file.
Mr. Cedillo?
Let me rise to concur to Mr. Krikorian's just stated motion. And let me comment, since this is what we do. So first of all, let me note that this is really the process of governance. And I want to thank Mr. Koretz for noting it, that we're not going to solve all the problems with this vote, but we will solve many. and that this is what we have to do. There's not one motion or policy, as brilliant as some of my colleagues are here, that's going to solve all the problems of homelessness. There's not one process that will solve all the problems of homelessness, but we must do something, and this is something that should be done. Let me thank Mr. Ridley Thomas for bringing this forward. And let me thank Mr. Buscaino, because Mr. Buscaino's passion and sense of urgency, duty to his constituency, has moved us forward in this discussion. And so I am here to vote for this so that it can be done by Thursday before we leave. As I stated, the city, we owe the city no less. This is not a perfect piece of legislation, but perfection should not be the enemy of the good. Let me use the analogy of we are in a house that's on fire. We have been too preoccupied with protecting the furniture and not the house. And we need to think about that. Our standards of review should be reasonable, and I think that those are in the content of this new proposal. It contains the concerns that were raised by Mr. Buscaino, but does so in a way that I think we build the broadest consensus. It does address concerns for those who are sleeping in bike lanes, addresses the concerns of those around schools, as now our schools open up, the concerns around libraries. The question of ADA is a fundamental question for us as Americans because it's an act of inclusion. The question of drug dealing and prostitution are simply evident on their face, and they should be addressed. No longer should any law enforcement officer or appropriate department feel handcuffed from acting, and this liberates our departments to do that. Our challenge is not a challenge of policy. We have a policy now. Our challenge may be a challenge of execution, but this starts that process now. Finally, there are some things it doesn't do. It doesn't create a Department of Mental Health for the City of Los Angeles, nor a Department of Public Health for the City of Los Angeles. Madam President, it doesn't address our concerns with LAHSA or our ability to integrate the boots on ground of LAHSA so that you could join the Los Angeles City workforce. But having said all that, I think, as I stated, and just to be redundant intentionally, now is the time for us to take this action. The city deserves no less, and we have a date that is certain and definite, and let's meet that date. I thank you, Madam President.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. And just want to, agree with Mr. Krikorian that rightfully so, we should be having this conversation right now because of this mounting frustration. But this is the same frustration that we've had since November. And this conversation has been punted time and time again because it's been in committee. And so, I too want to join my colleagues in thanking Mr. Buscaino because sadly, I think we would have avoided this conversation yet again. But I want everybody to understand that if it does not come back for adoption on Thursday, then you are complicit in just delaying this conversation, and we can't afford to do that any longer. So I just want to make sure that we will continue to advance this ball and actually deliver progress, that we do so in a responsible manner, and that no one go on break until this is done. Because this is only going to continue, and it has continued to get worse. And, it's just, these are the hard conversations that we can no longer just have endless circular conversations around. We have to have action. And so I look forward to this conclusion where we have these thoughtful amendments that are reflective of all the concerns that we had. There's a reason why we didn't adopt it back in November. Unfortunately, it's never come back for a resolution. And so this is the time. It has to be by the 1st. And I appreciate everyone's participation in this and making sure that we finally get this to a resolution to get as close to where we want to be. But we can no longer delay action. And so I support this amendment, but I support it with the intent of knowing that we are going to have a resolution on this no later than Thursday. Thank you.
Mr. Buscaino? Thank you, Mr. Buscaino. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Madam President. You know, as I said earlier, there's elements of this that I support. I support the prohibition of encampments near schools, for example. But I am very, very concerned about the collective impact of the different pieces of this put together. What the sum of the parts means. And I understand the call for action. What I don't quite understand is the eagerness to jump into the great void of the unknown. We know right now that we need another 20,000 beds, at least, in Los Angeles to get everybody off the street. We don't have that. So with this ordinance, we're going to say, not here, 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 not here. And we don't have the 20,000 beds, and we're not saying where people can go. So again, I would like to repeat my statement earlier that for me to be able to consider this, to consider a vote either way, I need to see a map that shows what is prohibited under this ordinance. Put them in red. What is potentially prohibited by resolution? Put it in yellow. Let us see what the actual impact is, because we are voting not knowing what the impact is. This may sound small, but if you add it all up, where are people left? If we don't have the 20,000 beds, where are people left to go? I don't want people living in our parks. I don't want people living in bike lanes. But if we're going to say no to that, then we need to be saying where people can go. And absent the beds, I think we owe it to ourselves as legislators, to our constituents, and to people who are unhoused to be able to say where they can go. And just as a piece of context, remember when most of us on this body approved regulations for cannabis businesses in Los Angeles? There was a debate about sensitive use and what the zone would be and where they could go. And there was incredible consternation a few months later because there were not enough places for people to open cannabis businesses. This, what we're talking about, is more restrictive than the rules for cannabis businesses. So if there weren't enough places for cannabis businesses to open, where are we saying people can go? I want to mention the ADA access, because the ADA access has been mentioned quite a bit. It's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that is enforceable now, that you are not allowed to block ADA access. That's the rule now. That's enforceable now. But it's barely enforced because we haven't determined the enforcement mechanism, or we haven't provided the resources to do it. So what actually are we adding to the table? If we're not even enforcing the ADA stuff, what actually are we adding? So I would request that before we vote on this, we get to see a map so we know what we are voting on. And I'll just say one thing before I close. I have absolute faith in Mr. Ridley Thomas. I support your leadership on homelessness. We need to get to a balanced approach, and I am more confident in you than anybody that we can get there. And I support and I respect your leadership. And I think we can get there, and I'm eager to get there with you. But for me to vote on this, I do need to see that map, because I just don't feel it's responsible for me as an elected official to say no, 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 without knowing where we're saying yes to.
Mr. Koretz, followed by Mr. Cedillo.
Thank you, Madam President. I just briefly wanted to respond to Mr. Bonin, because I think what he states seems like a little bit of a misunderstanding of what's before us. I think it gives us the ability to enforce in a variety of circumstances. It doesn't say we must clear people out of every location that's mentioned. So I'm hoping, for instance, that Freeways and underpasses are mentioned. Personally, I think the judge's order to prioritize moving people from freeways was a very wrong-headed approach. And for many, being under freeways might provide them the best shelter that they could find. So I would hope that we're not going after that first and saying every single underpass has to be cleared. Every single other area has to be cleared that's flagged for it. I think it's really something that gives us the tools and the ability to enforce and then to prioritize what's actually the most necessary. So I hope we pass this, and I hope no one is under the impression that we will move every single person that's in every one of these locations immediately. I don't think we could do it if we wanted to. Hopefully we will prioritize folks that are blocking schools, folks that are blocking the entrances to businesses, etc. But it clearly doesn't mean that we must take all those actions and move people to the remaining places that are not addressed at all in this ordinance. I don't believe that's what this means.
Mr. Cedillo?
Just to close, Madam President, again, thank you for bringing this conversation. There was a point that I missed, and I want to share it with Mike Bonin in my notes. We will, on occasion, disagree daily. And so one of them was, I met this man, because I was doing some research. I met this man named Miles Horton, and he did these trainings in Highlander, Tennessee, so I had this opportunity to meet him. He came out here to UCLA and had a conversation with another man named Paulo Freire. And I just suggest this because we're going to vote for this. It's going to pass. We thank Joe for bringing us to this point. But I would like us all to move forward because I think there's a particular importance to the city. You're absolutely right. There is ADA. You're absolutely right. You know, drug sales are illegal. Prostitution is illegal. You're absolutely right. But we need to talk to the city. And I mean both the body of the city, the infrastructure, the departments, the agencies that are all concerning this, and then the people of Los Angeles. And we need to tell them that we're going to take reasoned, prudent, responsible action now, and that this action, the point of Miles Horton is that he talked about strategically, you make the road as you walk. And to me, it just seemed, you know, come from SCIU, other trainings, that you had to be more strategic, that you needed the map, that you needed to have everything accounted for. But in this instance, this problem goes beyond that, and that we really need to make the road as we walk, and that this is the opportunity for that the pathway, the direction of the pathway has been outlined by Mr. Ridley Thomas's motion, the new motion that Mr. Krikorian has written and assures us will be ready on Thursday, that we will all vote for. And I would encourage you to vote for this as well, because what we look at in the city and all our districts compel us to move forward. And we have been in a paralysis since November, a paralysis of inaction. We cannot wait for the perfect process. We cannot wait for the perfect map, that we have enough collective experience, direction, sense of goodwill, sense of moral authority to act now. And I would encourage all of us to begin this process of making the road as we walk. I ask for an aye vote on the motions and the substitute.
Ms. Rahman?
I had a question because both Councilmember Ridley Thomas and Councilmember Krikorian talked about enforcement of these initial pieces of the motion. And I'm curious about how that enforcement is carried out in this. There's a separate piece on street strategies, but are those two connected? How does enforcement take place for all of these initial pieces of this motion?
Mr. Krikorian, do you want to answer that?
Sure. Whoa, sorry about that. So there's two separate sections of this motion. One is the prohibitory language that will go into the ordinance. And that is enforceable in the same way that any other requirement of law is enforceable. But in addition to that, the motion provides that all relevant departments minimize the points of engagement between law enforcement and persons experiencing homelessness by ensuring that homeless service providers and outreach staff lead the street engagement strategy, that persons experiencing homelessness are offered interim or permanent housing services, treatment programs, and any other interventions, and so on. Deploying available alternative methods of outreach, even beyond conventional outreach, and then finally limiting law enforcement engagement to instances where there is an occurrence of criminal behavior or activity, in instances where a city employee or outreach worker is threatened or obstructed from fulfilling their duties, or in extenuating circumstances where there is a serious threat to public health or safety. So this attempts to do two things at once. One, create a city street engagement strategy that has protocols in place for the steps necessary before more draconian steps are taken. But it also creates a new amended ordinance in the meantime, because we can't wait for the street engagement strategy to be in place before we enforce the ADA, before we enforce life-threatening situations impacting the unhoused community. So I hope that answers, but these are two separate things that we're doing simultaneously. Working on that protocol, the street engagement strategy, instructing our departments to minimize law enforcement interaction. All of that takes place the moment that you pass this motion, the moment that you pass it. The ordinance goes into effect as ordinances go into effect, and will be enforced as ordinances are enforced. I will say that with the exception of the ADA access, the driveway and loading dock and so forth, every other component of the prohibitory language in this requires a resolution by the council, posting of signage, and a 14-day notice period after signage is posted, so that there's a robust opportunity for people to become aware of what's required under this ordinance and comply with it before there's any engagement of actual law enforcement.
Chair Ridley Thomas.
I just simply want to suggest that there is not a sense in which we are starting from scratch here with respect to the notion of street engagement. Best practices, all of us should be in receipt of a document that was recently released that describes itself as best practices for addressing street encampments. I share it with you here. Make sure that you get a copy of it. It is fairly prescriptive. It is evidence-based. And it is also an example of a multi-faceted approach to how we can deal with this issue in our respective districts. It is a mistake, in my view, to default to a quote-unquote a law enforcement method by which we address public health, public safety, community safety, and public access. The thrust of this motion is to bring us into consciousness, if you will, about options, alternatives that can maximize our effectiveness. Limited toolboxes don't get it done. We need to have more tools at our disposal. That's what this motion is seeking to cause us to do. I share that with you simply because there's more in play that's at work for us to begin taking advantage of immediately. Therefore, I invite you to take advantage accordingly. Madam President.
Mr. De Leon.
Like I always do, yeah. Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, we're going to have a vote in probably a few minutes, and we'll see what the outcome the outcomes are for both motions that are before us. Let me just say that I made my point earlier. I wish that we could re-refer this to committee, get it done with the sense of urgency that everyone feels collectively, which I understand wholeheartedly. So we'll find out what the outcomes are of both measures that are before us today. Let me just say that we can't lose sight also too, because right now we're having a tactical debate right now with an issue that's very important, without question, for our neighbors, for our small businesses throughout the city of LA, in all of our council districts. Again, everyone deserves safe streets, clean streets for everybody, housed, unhoused. But we can't lose sight also too that ultimately we need to provide that housing. And that's why sometime last year, earlier this year, I should say, maybe in January, I presented the 25 by 25 plan. Ultimately, we need to deal with the housing issue, whether it's scattered site master leasing, whether it's adaptive reuse, or whether it is also to capital investments in building prefabricated modular housing, hopefully on government land, so we can eliminate land costs. We're moving pieces on the chessboard right now. Ultimately, it's about housing, and because by definition, if you're unhoused or if you're homeless or if you're a person experiencing homelessness, all the terms and the vernacular that's utilized by everybody out there in the activist world, advocate world, the professional world, you know, you just don't have a damn house over your head, okay? And by that definition, the only way we're going to solve this is putting a roof over their head. So I just want to emphasize once again, you know, during the break, when we have our own discussions with our own constituents in our own respective neighborhoods and the districts that we represent, when we come back, we're going to have to land this plane on the issue of housing. How many are we going to build or secure, and by when? Because if we continue this discussion ad nauseum, we're going to find ourselves not in a consent decree, where at least it is, you know, agreed upon decision, collective decision. We're going to find ourselves in a receivership. And let me say to each and every one of you who think perhaps it cannot happen, that the prison system for the state of California was taken over by a U.S. federal judge and a special master. And the Department of Justice and the Attorney General and the Governor of California said, you can't do that. That's a federal overreach. How dare you do that? They argued the case all the way to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, where we know that one of the orders from Judge David Carter is right now, as we speak. It went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, and by a decision of 5-4, a razor-thin margin of 1 vote by the U.S. Supreme Court, they gave the U.S. federal judge, along with the special master, the legal authority to take over the prison system. We don't want to find ourselves in a similar situation, colleagues. And I remember last year I said, we're down this road right now if we don't act with a sense of urgency, which I know everyone is trying to right now. But also, too, let me just say that we can't say immediacy, urgency, emergency to be substitute for creating bad policy, too. It's just that simple. No one here has the moral high ground on the issue of homelessness. We all represent our own districts with a large concentration of unhoused individuals. Whatever the outcomes are of these two motions that are before us today, let's make sure that we land this plane sooner rather than later, when we come back immediately after the break, so we can set the goals we need overall in the aggregate of how many units we're going to produce for our 41,000 individuals who are living under a tent in the alleyways and parks in our streets in the city of LA. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I can't support 55A. I support what's in it, and I'll tell you why. Because 55 is the only sure thing, is the only sure ordinance before us. And I've been skeptical of the city attorney drafting ordinances. Mr. Krikorian, if this thing comes before us on Thursday, I'll be the first to vote yes. But I'm skeptical because there's still ordinances that I'm waiting from the city attorney for months, still months, and a few of us a couple years. So, Mr. Krikorian, Thursday, okay, Thursday. I'm looking forward to having this thing come before us. But in the meantime, I'm voting no on the substitute motion so that we can move on something that's for sure today, and that's 55, Madam President.
Ms. Rahman?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say that I think so much of what is in here is things that we've been grappling with in our own district. How to ensure the safety of people who are using parks, how to make sure parks are preserved for public use, how do we make sure that routes to school are safe for children and that schools and other facilities where children congregate continue to be safe for them and are free of threats. And these are all things that I think I appreciate, I want to have in any kind of enforcement mechanism that we have going forward, in any conversation around how we share public spaces. ADA compliance has been so important, and in fact, it's still on the books, and we've been actually doing it. We've been working with people, working with outreach providers, working with LA Sand to actually get many of our sidewalks into ADA compliance steadily and effectively over the past few months, and it's been very, very effective. I do think that there are real questions in here, and I think Councilmember Bonin's point about which areas are impacted, how much of the city is impacted by these codes is a very, very good one. I don't like voting on things I don't know what the impact of which will be. It makes me very, very uncomfortable. I also think that talking about exactly what a posting process looks like, what does an offer of shelter look like, these are all questions that we haven't discussed yet and are worth discussing and that I want to discuss. Speaking to Councilmember De Leon's point earlier, let's have these meetings every day until we get this discussion done, until we get these answers in place, until we get the information that we need to make an educated discussion. This is law that impacts every resident of this city. And right now I feel like I'm making a decision on this law without the information I need to understand the impacts of this law. And I'm not asking that we postpone this debate, but simply that we gather that information and have that discussion and make sure that we stay in session until we finish that discussion. And I heartily agree with your assertion earlier that we will stay through our recess. We will work on July 4th if we need to make sure that we're answering these questions and making these decisions with a sensitivity to the enormity of these decisions and to the impacts that they will have on our city, on our budget, on housed residents, and most impactfully on unhoused residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rahman, and I just want to take a few minutes just to, I'll make it short, just to address a couple of things that I think several of you have raised. First of all, I want to thank the authors of this new motion. To say that we've talked about this, it's actually quite true. I've been on this council now for 8 years, and I've never wavered in terms of my position on this issue and the complexity of how to solve it. But there's been a lot of talk since January. There have been a lot of discussions, like I committed to having. We've talked about housing, we've talked about outreach, we've talked about street engagement. We've actually passed motions in this council to address each and every one of these issues. So to say that we haven't acted is just not true. We have, and we've done it since January of this year. We continue to do it. And there are several of us who have worked tirelessly to make sure that we improved upon the ordinance that was before us in November. And we've done that. And this was work on behalf of a handful of us who wanted to make this ordinance better, improve it, and saw the need to bring more of you along. Because at the end of the day, what we often lack is the political will to take a tough decision, to make a tough vote, to look people in the face and say, we're going to do something about the situation that is currently unraveling before us in our streets. So with that, members, there is a motion made by Mr. Krikorian. The motion, Mr. Krikorian, if I am correct, is to receive and file the October 26, 2020 ordinance on the council file and approve motion 55A. Is that correct, sir?
With one slight revision, Madam President, it is to approve 55A and then to receive and file the entirety of the remainder of the council file. So the previous ordinance and the related motions that were on the council file.
I'm
as
happy
well.
to second that. That is what's before us, members. Just go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 3 noes.
Thank you. What is before us now, Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, members, we're not done. We still have city business before us. Members, Madam Clerk, what is, Mr. Buscaino? Thank you. Madam Clerk, what's before us?
Council has motions for posting a referral. Motions will be posted on the city clerk's website shortly after the meetings for the public's viewing. To subscribe to receive copies of today's council motions to your email, please visit clerk.lacity.org.
Okay, those are posted and referred. Members, are there any announcements? I have an announcement. It's Mr. John Lee's birthday. Happy birthday, John Lee. Do you want to say how old you are? We'll just save that for later.
Well, I'm happy to say because I was so sad last year. Unfortunately, I had a 50 COVID year where I had to turn 50 under COVID and have my parties on Zoom. So
you don't look past 30.
This is a big 5-1 for me. So
Well, congratulations, sir, and
Thank
happy
you.
birthday.
Thank you very much.
A day well spent with your colleagues.
Yes.
Announcement, members. Mr. Carres, did you have an announcement?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to quickly note for members of the public listening and for interested parties that the matter related to the project at 825 Holt Avenue, which was item 4 on today's agenda, was remanded back to the Area Planning Commission, and that it will be scheduled for the next Area Planning Commission meeting on July 13th.
All right, thank you, Mr. Koretz. Any other announcements, members? Any adjourning motions? Seeing none, our meeting is adjourned.
Product that not only benefits the LGBTQ community, but it is all inclusive. It helps every single component, every single member of the city of Los Angeles by its loving and caring initiatives. So I just want to say thank you for opening people's eyes, opening people's hearts and souls as well. I just also want to recognize some of our great partners here today. We have Capri Maddox from the Civil and Human Rights Department. Somebody who has bailed me out of trouble and problems more times than I could ever count. If I had a brother, I wish he would be just like him, Francisco Ortega. And a shout out to Channel 35. Today is something very special. Channel 35, let's hear it for them. They're the city channel. And when we asked if they would partner with us here today, they were all in. They changed their hours. They've been here 2 days to try to set up for this event so it could be all-inclusive for those maybe still suffering with COVID, maybe unable due to work or other issues to be here in person. But just so you know, we have many people out in our community watching us virtually. So we've really expanded the reach. We also have 6 media outlets who are gracious enough. Thank you, Megan Aguilar from our media relations section and her team. Megan helped make that happen. So members of the general public who may not be well versed in the accomplishments and contributions of the LGBTQ community can see it firsthand. So Megan, I appreciate it so much. To the public engagement section and all the folks who are here today, Billy Brockway, Curtis McIntyre, Donnie Graham as you're changing seats, Julie Noni, Jules Sohn, Christina Montoya, and a whole host of others. I could be up here forever. Thank you. They made all of this happen. So, and also I really want to thank somebody who is no stranger to all of you, my right hand. He's moving on, he made captain. Lieutenant Mario Mota. Mario, where are you? Be recognized. Mario has really, there he is. He has helped me to connect with all of you.